Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, the inspector was checking for mold. But under the living room floor, he found a hidden crawl space lined with children's toys, neatly arranged, spotless, untouched. In the far corner, someone had carved into the wood. She liked the blue one. Maple Grove, Minnesota hadn't seen much rain that autumn of 2019. The leaves had turned their brilliant shades of amber and crimson across the suburbs, and life continued its predictable rhythm along Oakwood Drive. House number 4872 sat unassumingly on the corner, a modest two-story colonial with faded blue shutters and a well-kept lawn. For 7 years, it had been home to the Brennan family, Thomas, Elaine, and their daughter Lily. Thomas Brennan was an accountant at a local firm, known to neighbors as quiet but friendly. Elaine worked part-time at the elementary school library 3 blocks away, where she developed a reputation for her remarkable storytelling sessions every Wednesday afternoon. Their daughter Lily, 9 years old with hazel eyes and light brown hair often tied in 2 braids, was described by her 3rd grade teacher as thoughtful and a little withdrawn but bright. The Brennans were, by all accounts, unremarkable. They attended the occasional neighborhood barbecue. They put out Halloween decorations, though never as elaborate as some of the other houses on the street. They kept to themselves, but not suspiciously so. No one had any reason to look twice at house number 4872 until September 28th, when Elaine Brennan didn't show up for her afternoon shift at the library. The head librarian, Margaret Winters, called Elaine's cell phone twice before trying the house line. No answer on either. By 5:30 p.m., when Lily wasn't picked up from her piano lesson, the piano teacher, Mrs. Chen, began making calls. Thomas Brennan's office reported he had called in sick that morning. By 7:15 p.m., the first police cruiser pulled into the Brennans' driveway. Officer Paul Ramirez noted in his initial report that there were no signs of forced entry. The house appeared undisturbed, beds made, dishes washed and put away, no evidence of struggle or hasty departure. 3 half-empty coffee mugs sat on the kitchen table. All 3 family vehicles remained in the garage. Thomas and Elaine's phones were found charging on their respective nightstands. Lily's pink backpack hung on its designated hook by the front door. The family had simply vanished. Within 48 hours, the disappearance of the Brennan family dominated local news. Neighbors gathered in small clusters on front lawns, exchanging theories and observations. Someone recalled hearing what might have been an argument late the previous night, though they couldn't be certain it came from the Brennan house. Another mentioned seeing Elaine at the grocery store the day before, looking distracted as she examined produce. Detective Samantha Rhodes was assigned as lead investigator, her 13th missing persons case in 18 years with Maple Grove Police Department. What initially appeared to be a possible family abduction began taking unusual turns when Rhodes interviewed Thomas Brennan's colleagues. He'd been agitated for weeks, explained Colin Murphy, who occupied the desk across from Thomas's. Jumpy, checking his phone constantly. I asked if everything was okay at home, and he just gave me this strange look and said, "Home is exactly the problem." Rhodes obtained warrants to access the Brennans' financial records, phone records, and emails. Thomas had withdrawn $4,000 in cash over the previous month, unusual for a man who, according to colleagues, tracked every penny on meticulous spreadsheets. Elaine had searched online for how to know if someone is watching you and signs your house isn't secure. Most disturbing were the emails from Lily's school counselor to Elaine, expressing concern over drawings Lily had made showing what appeared to be a small figure hiding under floorboards while larger figures walked overhead. When questioned, the counselor explained that Lily had become increasingly anxious in recent months, sometimes refusing to go home after school. The case might have remained a standard missing persons investigation if not for Arnold Dietz, a home inspector called to assess the property 6 weeks after the disappearance. The bank had initiated foreclosure proceedings, and standard protocol required a thorough inspection. I was looking for mold around the fireplace, Dietz would later testify. The humidity reader was giving strange readings, suggesting there might be an air pocket or void underneath the living room floor. That's when I noticed one of the floorboards was slightly different in color, newer wood, recently cut and stained to match. What Dietz discovered upon removing that floorboard would haunt Maple Grove for years to come. A 3-foot-high crawl space extended under nearly half the living room floor, roughly 8 feet by 10 feet in dimensions. Unlike the rest of the house's foundation, this space appeared to be a recent modification, with fresh lumber supports and newly installed insulation. Inside, arranged with disturbing precision along the walls, were dozens of children's toys. Dolls with porcelain faces and pristine dresses, stuffed animals without a speck of dust, wooden blocks arranged in perfect towers. None showed signs of play or wear. In the center of the space sat a small table with a child-sized chair, a coloring book open to an unfinished page, colors neatly contained within the lines. And carved into the wooden support beam in the far corner, the message that would appear in nightmares and news headlines alike: she liked the blue one. Forensic teams swarmed the Brennan home. The toys yielded no fingerprints, each had been wiped clean. The crawl space showed evidence of recent construction, completed approximately 8 months before the family's disappearance. Building permits filed with the city showed no record of such renovations. Detective Rhodes ordered ground-penetrating radar scans of the entire property. No human remains were found, but soil samples from the backyard contained traces of bleach and unusual chemical compounds. The garden shed, which neighbors reported seeing Thomas enter frequently in the weeks before the disappearance, contained several empty containers of industrial-strength cleaner. The investigation took an unexpected turn when Rhodes received a call from police in Billings, Montana. A hotel maid had reported finding a handwritten note in room 217 after the occupants, a man traveling alone, had checked out. The note read simply, "Look under 4872 Oakwood. She's not there anymore." Security footage confirmed the hotel guest was Thomas Brennan. He had checked in alone 3 days after the family's disappearance, stayed one night, and continued westward in a rental car registered under his name. The rental was later found abandoned at a rest stop near the Idaho border. As the investigation expanded, Rhodes uncovered a pattern of similar disappearances across 3 states over the previous decade, families vanishing, homes with hidden spaces discovered months later, toys arranged in identical fashion. In each case, a message was left behind, always referencing a color preference. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Elaine Brennan's sister, Claire, who had been traveling abroad when the family disappeared. Upon returning, she provided investigators with a series of emails from Elaine dating back almost a year. "Something's wrong with Thomas," one email read. "I found blueprints hidden in his office. When I asked about them, he said they were for a client, but I saw our address on them." Another sent just 2 weeks before the disappearance. He's spending more time in the basement. Lily says she hears him talking to someone down there, but when I check, he's always alone. I found receipts for toys, dolls, stuffed animals, but Lily says he never gave them to her. The most chilling email was the last one, sent the night before the family vanished. I looked in his journal. There are pages about a little girl named Emily. He writes as if she's living with us, hiding in our house. Claire, I think he's having some kind of breakdown. He talks about protecting her from them. I'm taking Lily to Mom's tomorrow. I'm scared. Rhodes theorized that Thomas Brennan had suffered a severe psychotic break, possibly triggered by the death of his younger sister, Emily, 30 years earlier when she was 8, a detail uncovered in old newspaper archives. In his delusional state, he had created a space for his sister's ghost or memory, collecting toys he believed she would have enjoyed. What happened to Elaine and Lily remains unknown. Extensive searches across multiple states turned up no trace of mother and daughter. Thomas Brennan was reportedly spotted twice in the Pacific Northwest in the months following the disappearance, but was never apprehended. The house on Oakwood Drive stands empty now, its faded blue shutters gradually weathering to gray. Occasionally, someone reports seeing lights moving inside at night, though police investigations find no evidence of trespassers. The crawl space has been sealed, the toys taken as evidence, but locals say if you listen closely on quiet evenings, you can hear the faint sound of humming coming from beneath the living room floor. A child's lullaby, soft and sweet and endlessly patient. The message carved in wood remains the last known communication from Thomas Brennan. She liked the blue one. What the blue toy might have been, who she truly was, and where the Brennan family went are questions that continue to haunt Detective Rhodes, who keeps their case file on her desk, open but unsolved. In Maple Grove, parents now check under their children's beds each night, not to reassure their little ones that no monsters lurk in the darkness, but to reassure themselves. Crime 2, the new tenant was repainting when he noticed them. A trail of small fingerprints running across the ceiling, smudged in something brown. They led to the corner above his bed. The previous owner never had children. For Daniel Mercer, April 17, 2021 was supposed to mark a fresh start. At 34, he had finally saved enough for the down payment on a small one-bedroom apartment in Millbrook, a quiet suburb outside of Portland, Oregon. The real estate market had been merciless, but when this unit suddenly dropped in price, Daniel jumped at the opportunity. The previous owner, Herbert Coleman, an elderly man who lived alone for decades, had passed away 3 months earlier. His distant relatives were eager to sell. Daniel had always believed that a home carries the energy of those who lived there before. As he stood on the stepladder that Saturday afternoon, roller in hand, spreading pale blue paint across the bedroom ceiling, he hummed contentedly. The apartment needed work, the wallpaper was peeling, the carpet was worn, and the kitchen cabinets hung slightly crooked, but it was his. The sun was beginning to set when his roller passed over something unusual. At first he thought it was just a water stain, but as he looked closer, the distinct outline of tiny fingers became visible. Daniel frowned and followed the trail with his eyes. A series of small handprints, no larger than those of a child around 5 or 6 years old, traversed the ceiling in an almost purposeful line. They disappeared into the corner directly above where his bed would eventually stand. "That's strange," Daniel muttered to himself. He touched one of the prints with his finger. The brownish substance was long dried, but it flaked slightly at his touch. Something about the color made his stomach turn. The next day, Daniel visited the neighbor across the hall, Mrs. Petrovich, a woman in her 70s who had lived in the building since the 1980s. Did Mr. Coleman ever have any grandchildren visit? Daniel asked after introducing himself. Mrs. Petrovich adjusted her glasses. Herbert, no, dear, he didn't have any family that I know of. Very private man, polite but kept to himself. She paused, studying Daniel's face. Why do you ask? Daniel explained about the fingerprints. Mrs. Petrovich's expression changed subtly, her friendly smile fading at the edges. That apartment was always quiet, she said finally. Too quiet if you ask me, but Herbert lived there for over 40 years. People get set in their ways. That evening, Daniel couldn't stop thinking about the prints. He called the real estate agent who had handled the sale. The disclosure mentioned that Mr. Coleman died of natural causes, Daniel said, but it didn't say where he was found. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. In the bedroom, the agent finally replied, "Heart attack, according to the medical examiner. The apartment was cleared by professionals afterward. Is there an issue?" Daniel hesitated. "No, just curious," he said, but a chill had settled over him. The following week, as Daniel continued renovating, he discovered more oddities. Behind the bedroom closet wallpaper, someone had written numbers, dates, perhaps in a shaky hand. The floorboard beneath his bed creaked in a particular way when stepped on, as if it had been loosened and replaced countless times. In the bathroom, the shower drain was immaculate, unnaturally clean compared to the rest of the aging plumbing. Increasingly uneasy, Daniel began researching Herbert Coleman. Public records showed little. A retired accountant, never married, no children. He had moved into the apartment in 1979 and had lived there until his death at age 87. Nothing remarkable stood out except for one detail. Herbert had once briefly worked as a janitor at Millbrook Elementary School in the early 1980s before returning to accounting. 2 weeks into his research, Daniel received an unexpected visitor. A woman in her 50s knocked on his door one evening, introducing herself as Detective Sandra Reeves, retired from the Portland Police Department. "I hope you don't mind the intrusion," she said, standing awkwardly in his doorway. "I heard from Mrs. Petrovich that Herbert's apartment finally sold. I worked a case connected to this building many years ago." Daniel invited her in, curious. "What kind of case?" he asked, offering her coffee. Detective Reeves settled onto his sofa, her eyes scanning the apartment with professional interest. "A missing persons case, never solved." She took a sip of coffee. "In 1983, a 6-year-old girl named Lily Matthews disappeared walking home from Millbrook Elementary. She lived in this building with her mother, apartment 3C. Daniel felt his mouth go dry. "This is apartment 3C. Detective Reeves nodded. "The family moved out shortly after. Herbert Coleman moved in a few months later. The case went cold despite extensive investigation." She placed her mug on the coffee table. "I retired 10 years ago, but this case, it never left me." Daniel's mind raced. The previous tenant, did you ever suspect him? Herbert was questioned like everyone in the area. He had an alibi for the day of the disappearance. No priors, no red flags, but she hesitated. Some things didn't add up. He'd been working at the school as a janitor just before Lily vanished. Left that job suddenly, went back to accounting. We never found enough to warrant a search warrant for his apartment. That night after Detective Reeves left, Daniel found himself standing on the stepladder again, staring at the fingerprints he had painted over. The blue paint had covered them, but he knew they were still there, underneath. The brown substance that had troubled him suddenly had a potential identity that made his skin crawl. He called Detective Reeves the next morning and told her about the fingerprints. She arrived within the hour, bringing an acquaintance from the forensic department who owed her a favor. The forensic technician carefully sampled the substance beneath the paint. "It's old," he warned. "Decades old, don't get your hopes up." 3 days later, Detective Reeves called Daniel. Her voice was strained. "It was blood," she said simply. "Degraded, but they managed to extract DNA. We're running it against Lily's mother's samples from the original case file." As investigators began a thorough examination of the apartment, Daniel temporarily moved into a hotel. The floorboard that had creaked so distinctively was removed, revealing a small cavity underneath. Inside was a child's hair clip, rusted scissors, and yellowed newspaper clippings about Lily's disappearance. The bathroom yielded more evidence. When plumbers removed the exceptionally clean shower drain, they discovered it had been recently replaced. The old drain, wrapped in plastic, had been hidden in the wall cavity behind the shower. It contained traces of blood matching the ceiling fingerprints. Each discovery painted a darker picture of Herbert Coleman. The numbers behind the wallpaper corresponded to dates when other children had gone missing in Oregon during the 1980s and early 1990s. None had been connected to Herbert at the time. "How did no one notice?" Daniel asked Detective Reeves weeks later, as the investigation continued to unravel Herbert's carefully constructed facade. "People see what they expect to see," she replied. "A quiet, elderly accountant who would suspect, and Herbert was meticulous. He kept the apartment immaculate, never caused trouble, the perfect neighbor." DNA testing eventually confirmed that the blood on the ceiling belonged to Lily Matthews. Investigators theorized that Herbert had captured her after she left school, brought her to his apartment, and that Lily had tried to escape, leaving the desperate trail of fingerprints across the ceiling as she attempted to find a way out. The corner where the prints ended revealed scratch marks in the plaster. The case became national news. Herbert Coleman, dead of natural causes, would never face justice. More families would never have closure, as investigators connected him to at least 5 other disappearances across 3 decades. For Daniel, the apartment was no longer a fresh start, but a mausoleum. He couldn't bring himself to live there, knowing what had happened within those walls. The bank agreed to release him from his mortgage due to the circumstances, and the property was eventually demolished. Months later, a small memorial garden was planted where the building once stood. A plaque bearing Lily's name marked the entrance. Daniel attended the dedication ceremony alongside Detective Reeves and an elderly woman he learned was Lily's mother. "Thank you," the woman said, clutching Daniel's hand, "for finding her, for seeing what everyone else missed." Daniel nodded, though he knew it had been chance, not insight, that had led to the discovery. He had simply been the one to look up at the ceiling and notice what had been there all along, the final desperate message from a child, hidden in plain sight for decades, waiting for someone to finally see it. In the evening light, as flowers were laid at the memorial, Daniel considered how many other secrets might be hiding in ordinary places, under paint, behind wallpaper, beneath floorboards. How many silent witnesses existed in the ceilings and walls of homes across America, waiting for someone to notice them and bring long-buried truths to light. Crime 3, it was a portrait, realistic, haunting. A woman staring directly forward, no signature, no frame. He asked his roommate where it came from. She said she thought he had brought it. That night it was moved slightly closer to his bedroom door. Adrian Mills first noticed the painting on a Tuesday morning in October. The autumn light was filtering through the half-drawn blinds of the modest two-bedroom apartment he shared with Melissa Keller in Ashland, Oregon. They had been roommates for just over 7 months, a Craigslist arrangement that had worked out better than either expected. Adrian, 28, was a graduate student in psychology. Melissa, 32, worked remotely as a data analyst. The painting appeared in their shared living room, hung on the wall opposite the television. Adrian paused mid-step on his way to make coffee, staring at the portrait. The woman in the painting had dark hair pulled back severely from her face. Her eyes, Adrian couldn't decide if they were gray or pale blue, seemed to follow him as he moved around the room. Her expression wasn't quite a smile, but there was something knowing in her gaze. "Hey Mel," Adrian called down the hallway. "What's with the painting?" Melissa emerged from her bedroom, her hair still damp from the shower. "What painting?" She followed his gaze to the wall. "Oh, I thought you put that up yesterday. It's interesting." "I've never seen it before," Adrian said, feeling a small chill pass through him. "I assumed you bought it." They stood side by side, examining the portrait. "Maybe the landlord put it up when he came to fix the thermostat," Melissa suggested, but her voice held uncertainty. Without asking, "That's weird," Adrian stepped closer to the painting. The brushwork was detailed, almost photorealistic. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, wearing a high-necked blouse in a deep burgundy color. The background was muted, indistinct, some kind of interior space with shadowy corners. It's not exactly cheerful decor. Melissa shrugged. "I'll text Jim and ask." Their landlord responded quickly, denying any knowledge of the painting. Adrian and Melissa exchanged glances after reading the message. Neither wanted to admit how unsettled they felt. "Maybe someone left it behind in storage, and the super found it and thought it belonged in here," Melissa offered. "I guess," Adrian said, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the woman in the portrait was watching him. "Should we take it down?" Melissa hesitated. "Let's wait a day or two. Maybe someone will realize their mistake and come looking for it." That night, Adrian stayed up late finishing a paper. When he finally headed to bed around 2 a.m., he passed through the living room and froze. The painting had moved. It was no longer centered on the wall, but had shifted several inches closer to the hallway, closer to his bedroom door. The woman's eyes seemed to gleam in the darkness. Adrian told himself he was being ridiculous. The painting had probably been hung unevenly, and gravity had simply caused it to slide a bit. He adjusted it back to its original position and went to bed, trying to ignore the prickling sensation between his shoulder blades as he walked away. The next morning, Melissa left early for a dentist appointment. Adrian awoke to find the painting had moved again. This time, it was hanging directly across from his bedroom. When he approached it, he noticed something else. The woman's expression had changed. Her not-quite smile had deepened, revealing the edge of her teeth. Adrian took a photo with his phone and compared it to a shot he'd snapped the previous day. The difference was subtle but undeniable. The woman's head was tilted slightly more to the left, and her eyes seemed wider, more intent. When Melissa returned home, Adrian showed her the photos. She stared at them for a long time, her face pale. "I think we should get rid of it," she said finally. They agreed. Adrian carefully removed the painting from the wall. There was no hanging wire on the back, no hook, nothing to explain how it had been mounted. The canvas felt unusually cool to the touch. He wrapped it in an old sheet and carried it down to the dumpster behind their building. That night they ordered pizza and watched a comedy to lighten the mood. Neither mentioned the painting. Around midnight, Melissa went to bed. Adrian stayed up to finish reading a chapter for class. At 1:23 a.m., according to the police report filed later, Melissa heard a sound like fingernails scraping against her bedroom door. When she called out, thinking it was Adrian, there was no response. The scraping continued. Melissa later described lying paralyzed in her bed, watching as her doorknob slowly turned. Adrian in the living room heard Melissa's scream. He ran to her room and found her standing on her bed, pointing at her closet door, which was slightly ajar. "Someone's in there," she whispered. "I saw a shadow move." Adrian cautiously approached the closet, heart hammering in his chest. He flung the door open to find nothing, just Melissa's clothes and shoes. But as he turned to reassure her, his gaze fell on her bedroom wall. The painting was there, hanging directly across from Melissa's bed. The woman in the portrait was smiling fully now, her teeth visible, her head cocked at an unnatural angle. And there was something else, a dark smudge on her right hand that looked disturbingly like fresh paint or blood. They left the apartment immediately, spent the night in a hotel, and called the police in the morning. Officer Trent Campbell arrived to investigate, his report noting their obvious distress. He examined the apartment thoroughly and found no signs of forced entry. The painting was exactly where they said it had been, on Melissa's bedroom wall, but Officer Campbell noted nothing unusual about it beyond the somewhat unsettling subject matter. When Adrian insisted the painting had changed, Officer Campbell took photos to compare with Adrian's earlier shots. Side by side, they showed the same portrait with no discernible differences. Melissa and Adrian stared at the images in disbelief. "Look, I understand you're spooked," Officer Campbell said kindly, "but there's no evidence anyone else has been in this apartment. No fingerprints except yours, no forced entry. Maybe one of you moved the painting in your sleep." Neither Adrian nor Melissa returned to the apartment that day. Instead, they researched the building's history, discovering that it had been converted from a small private art gallery 15 years earlier. Before that, it had been the home of a local artist named Alina Voss. Alina Voss had disappeared in 1998 under mysterious circumstances. Her case had gone cold after investigators found no leads beyond a small bloodstain in her studio. Her body was never discovered. Her specialty had been portraits, particularly self-portraits. Adrian found a newspaper article with a photo of Alina. His blood ran cold. The resemblance to the woman in the painting was unmistakable. That evening, desperate for answers, they returned to the apartment with Officer Campbell. The painting was gone. In its place was a small stain on the wall, a rust-colored smear that testing would later reveal to be decades-old blood, compatible with Alina Voss's type. The most disturbing discovery came 3 days later. While packing to permanently move out of the apartment, Adrian found a thin portfolio wedged behind the refrigerator. Inside were sketches, dozens of them all bearing the same signature. They were studies for portraits, showing various poses and expressions. The final sketch showed a woman standing behind two figures who appeared to be sleeping, her hand reaching toward them, a brush or knife clutched in her fingers. On the back, in faded handwriting, were the words, "When they close their eyes, I'll finally be free." Adrian and Melissa moved out immediately. The apartment remained vacant for 6 months before new tenants moved in, a young couple from out of state. Police records show they filed a report their first week there about an unusual painting that had appeared in their living room. The report was never followed up on. Every few years, similar reports emerge from residents of that building, always about a portrait, always described the same way, a woman with dark hair, pale eyes, and an unsettling, knowing expression. Always appearing without explanation, moving without assistance, and eventually disappearing along with the tenants who reported it. The case remains officially unsolved. Elinor Voss is still listed as a missing person. And somewhere, perhaps hanging on a wall in Ashland, Oregon tonight, a portrait waits, watching, moving, inching closer to someone's bedroom door. Crime 4, she bought the house fully furnished, appliances included. The fridge worked fine until it started buzzing. When she opened the back panel, she found scratches on the inside of the door and duct tape folded inward. Inside the meat drawer, a child's bracelet with a name etched in it, not hers. On an overcast April morning in 2019, Eliza Mercer signed the final papers for her modest two-bedroom home in Pine Ridge, Oregon. At 32, she was finally a homeowner, a milestone delayed by years of student debt and a divorce that had drained her savings. The previous owners, an elderly couple relocating to Arizona for retirement, had left most of their furniture and appliances behind, which Eliza had gratefully accepted to save money. The ranch-style house sat on the outskirts of town, bordered by thick pine trees that cast long shadows across the backyard. Neighbors were sparse, with the closest house a quarter-mile down the winding road. For Eliza, who worked remotely as a medical transcriptionist, the isolation was exactly what she wanted, a quiet place to rebuild her life after the turbulent end to her marriage. The first 3 weeks passed uneventfully. Eliza settled into a comfortable routine, waking early to work while drinking coffee on her back porch, taking afternoon walks through the surrounding woods, and spending evenings reading in the living room. The previous owners had left behind a well-maintained home, and everything functioned properly, including the slightly outdated but serviceable kitchen appliances. Until the buzzing began. At first, Eliza barely noticed it, a low, intermittent hum coming from the refrigerator. She assumed it was just the normal sound of an aging appliance, but over the next few days, the noise grew more persistent, louder, almost rhythmic in its pulsing. It was particularly noticeable at night when the house was still. On the 6th night of the buzzing, Eliza woke suddenly at 3:17 a.m. The sound had changed, no longer a hum but a vibration so intense that she could feel it through the floorboards. She walked to the kitchen in darkness, guided by the glow of the refrigerator's coils, visible as a faint orange light beneath the appliance. "Probably just needs cleaning," she muttered to herself, turning on the kitchen light and pulling the refrigerator away from the wall. The back panel was secured with 4 simple screws. Eliza found a screwdriver in a kitchen drawer and removed them one by one, setting them carefully on the countertop. When she pulled the panel away, she expected to find dust, perhaps a trapped wire vibrating against the metal casing. What she found instead made her drop the screwdriver with a clatter. Inside the mechanical compartment, where the compressor and condenser coils should have been the only components, she discovered a layer of duct tape, silver and weathered, applied from the inside of the compartment and folded over as if someone had sealed something within the walls of the refrigerator itself. More disturbing were the scratch marks, dozens of them, etched into the metal interior, radiating outward from behind the tape. Eliza's first instinct was to step back to distance herself from the refrigerator, but curiosity overcame her initial fear. Using a butter knife from the drawer, she carefully peeled back the edge of the tape. Nothing happened. No smell, no debris falling out, just more scratches underneath, deeper and more frantic in their pattern. Her hands trembling slightly, Eliza opened the refrigerator door and began removing the food items she had stored inside. She pulled out the vegetable crisper, the egg compartment, the butter dish. When she reached the meat drawer at the bottom of the refrigerator, she noticed a small gap between the drawer and the back wall, a space that shouldn't have existed in the design of the appliance. Eliza slid her fingers into the narrow opening and felt something cool and metallic. She pulled it out slowly, a child's bracelet, tarnished silver with small links and a flat metal plate. Engraved on the plate was a name, Caitlin. Eliza didn't know any Caitlin. The previous owners, the Hendersons, had been in their 70s with grown children and adult grandchildren, none of whom had ever lived in the house, according to the realtor. The bracelet looked old, perhaps from the 1980s or early 1990s based on the style, but it wasn't rusted or severely damaged, as one might expect from something that had been hidden for decades. That night, Eliza couldn't sleep. She placed the bracelet on her nightstand, the name Caitlin catching the moonlight through her bedroom window. The refrigerator had stopped buzzing after she'd removed the panel, but the silence felt more unsettling than the noise had been. The next morning, Eliza called the realtor who had handled her purchase. "The Hendersons were the only owners of this house, right?" she asked, trying to keep her voice casual. "No one else lived here before them." "That's right," the realtor, Susan Barnes, confirmed. "They built the place back in 1981. Been there ever since until they sold to you. Why do you ask?" Eliza hesitated, then described finding the bracelet, though she omitted the details about the duct tape and scratches. The silence on the other end of the line stretched uncomfortably before Susan responded. "That's odd. I don't recall the Hendersons ever mentioning a Caitlin. Their grandchildren were boys, I believe. Maybe it belonged to a friend who visited. Kids leave things behind all the time." After hanging up, Eliza sat at her kitchen table, staring at the bracelet. The morning sun revealed small, dark stains along the links, rust or something else, she couldn't tell. On impulse, she took a photograph of the bracelet and posted it to a local community Facebook group, asking if anyone in the area knew a Caitlin who might have lost a bracelet at her address. By afternoon, she had 3 responses. The first 2 were from women named Caitlin, but neither recognized the bracelet. The third response, however, came from a man named Robert Thornton, who asked if he could call her about the bracelet rather than discuss it online. Robert's voice was deep and hesitant when he called an hour later. "That bracelet you posted, can you describe the exact engraving again?" Eliza read the name aloud, noting the all-capital letters and the slight curve to the C. "And you found this in your house, the old Henderson place?" "Yes," Eliza replied, feeling a chill despite the warm spring day. "In the refrigerator, actually, behind a panel." Robert was quiet for so long that Eliza thought they'd lost the connection. Then he spoke, his voice strained. "My niece Caitlin had a bracelet just like that. My sister gave it to her for her 8th birthday in 1992. Caitlin disappeared 3 months later. She was last seen playing in the woods about half a mile from where you live now." Eliza's mouth went dry. "I'm so sorry. Did they ever find her?" "No," Robert said flatly. "The case went cold after a few months. They interviewed everyone in the area, including the Hendersons. Nothing ever came of it. My sister moved away after a year. Couldn't bear to stay. I've been here ever since, hoping someday we'd know what happened." Eliza's gaze drifted to the refrigerator, now reassembled but unplugged, sitting like a monolith in her kitchen. The Hendersons, what were they like? Kept to themselves mostly. He worked at the lumber mill until retirement. She was a nurse at the county hospital. Good people, everyone said, been here forever. No one ever suspected. The implications hung in the air between them. "Mr. Thornton, I think you should call the police, and maybe you should come over." Within an hour, Eliza's quiet home became the center of activity as two police officers arrived, followed by Robert Thornton, a tall, gaunt man with deeply lined features that spoke of decades of grief. He identified the bracelet immediately, tears welling in his eyes as he held it. "This was hers, this was Caitlin's." Detective Lorna Phillips, a woman in her 50s with steel-gray hair and efficient movements, listened carefully as Eliza explained where and how she had found the bracelet. When Eliza mentioned the duct tape and scratches, the detective's expression darkened. "We'll need to take the refrigerator in for analysis," she said, "and we'll need to search the property." Over the next 3 days, Eliza stayed with a colleague while her home became a crime scene. Ground-penetrating radar scanned her backyard and the surrounding wooded area. Forensic technicians dismantled the refrigerator completely, examining every component. What they found was more disturbing than Eliza could have imagined. The refrigerator had been modified, its interior walls slightly narrowed to create a hidden compartment between the inner and outer shells. When fully disassembled, the technicians discovered dried blood residue in the hidden space, preserved by the cold and sealed environment. The blood matched Caitlin Thornton's DNA profile, which had been stored in the National Missing Persons database for over 25 years. More disturbing still were the scratch marks, not made by tools or animals, but by human fingernails, according to the forensic analysis. The pattern suggested someone had been trying to claw their way out. The Hendersons, it turned out, had left for Arizona 3 weeks before Eliza moved in. They had been there ever since, living in an assisted living facility. Mr. Henderson had advanced dementia and could barely remember his own name, let alone answer questions about events from decades ago. Mrs. Henderson, however, was still lucid. When confronted by police, Eileen Henderson, 78, sat calmly in the sunroom of her Arizona apartment, her hands folded neatly in her lap. "I always wondered when someone would find her," she said quietly. "I suppose I should have gotten rid of that old refrigerator years ago." According to the statement she later provided, Caitlin Thornton had indeed been playing in the woods near their home in September 1992. She had wandered onto the Hendersons' property, where Gerald Henderson was burning yard waste. An argument ensued when he told her to leave. In the confrontation, he pushed her. She fell, striking her head on a rock. "He panicked," Eileen explained to the detectives. "He thought she was dead. He carried her inside and put her in the refrigerator to hide her while we decided what to do. We were going to bury her that night, but when we opened it again, there were scratch marks inside. She'd been alive." By then, it was too late. Caitlin had suffocated in the airtight compartment. Rather than report the accident, the Hendersons modified the refrigerator, creating a sealed compartment to hide the body. Over the years, they had replaced the outer components and servicing parts, but never dismantled the core where Caitlin remained hidden. "We couldn't bear to move her," Eileen Henderson said, "and after a while it just seemed simpler to leave things as they were." Gerald Henderson died of a stroke 3 months after his arrest, never having regained enough clarity to understand the charges against him. Eileen Henderson was sentenced to life imprisonment for her role in Caitlin's death and the decades-long concealment. Eliza never returned to live in the house. She sold it at a loss, disclosing its grim history to the new buyers, a development company that demolished the structure and built a small memorial park in its place, with a bench bearing Caitlin Thornton's name. The buzzing, investigators concluded, had likely been caused by a gradual failure in the refrigerator's sealed system, a mechanical defect that, after 27 years, had finally revealed what the Hendersons had tried so desperately to hide. In the years that followed, Eliza would sometimes wake in the night, imagining she heard buzzing from her kitchen. On those nights, she would think about the small bracelet that now rested in Caitlin Thornton's proper grave and wonder about the final moments of a frightened child, scratching futilely at the walls of her inadvertent tomb, leaving evidence that would take nearly 3 decades to be discovered. Sometimes, late at night, she would open her own refrigerator and stare into its harmless interior, listening to its normal mechanical hum, and remind herself that not all secrets stay buried forever. Some eventually find their way home. Crime 5, it reflected nothing, not the room, not her flashlight, just darkness. She touched the surface and felt cold breath against her palm. On the frame, etched so faintly it was almost mist, only she can see you now. April in Oak Ridge, Minnesota had always been a time of renewal. As the last patches of snow melted away from the modest suburban streets, revealing the first timid blades of grass, the residents of Mulberry Lane emerged from their winter hibernation. Among them was Alina Whitman, a 32-year-old elementary school art teacher known for her patient smile and the colorful mural she had painted on the community center wall 3 summers ago. Alina lived alone in the blue Victorian house at the end of the street, a home she had inherited from her grandmother 5 years earlier. The house was recognizable by its slightly overgrown garden and the wind chimes that sang from the porch on breezy afternoons. Neighbors described Alina as private but pleasant, the kind of person who would wave from her driveway but rarely attended block parties. What few people knew about Alina was her lifelong fascination with antiques. Her home was filled with carefully selected vintage pieces, each with its own story, each meticulously researched and documented in a leather-bound journal she kept on her bedside table. This passion for the past had started in her childhood, sitting at her grandmother's feet as the elderly woman recounted tales of each treasure in the house. On Saturday, April 17, 2021, Alina attended an estate sale in neighboring Halbrook County. The Tudor-style mansion being liquidated had belonged to the recently deceased Judge Malcolm Hargrove, a reclusive widower who had served on the bench for over 40 years before retiring in 2015. According to those who saw her that day, Alina seemed particularly interested in the items from the basement, objects the auctioneer described as personal effects of uncertain provenance. Alina returned home that evening with several purchases wrapped in brown paper. Her next-door neighbor, Diane Lowell, recalled seeing Alina making multiple trips from her car to the house, the last one just as dusk settled over Mulberry Lane. She looked excited, Diane would later tell Detective James Carver. Like someone who'd found something special. She smiled at me, but it was distracted. Her mind was somewhere else entirely. That was the last time anyone saw Alina Whitman alive. 3 days passed before anyone noticed her absence. It wasn't until Tuesday morning, when Alina failed to appear for the 3rd grade art class she had never missed in 7 years of teaching, that the school principal, Martin Green, called her home. When there was no answer, he contacted the police to request a wellness check. Officer Sarah Mendez arrived at the Blue Victorian at 11:43 a.m. Her body camera footage, later reviewed countless times by the investigation team, showed her knocking firmly on the front door, calling Alina's name and finally peering through windows. Seeing no signs of disturbance but noting Alina's car in the driveway, Officer Mendez made the decision to enter the premises. The house was still and silent. Nothing appeared out of place in the living room with its carefully arranged antique furniture. The kitchen contained a half-empty cup of tea on the counter. A thin film formed across its surface. A paperback novel lay open on the sofa, a bookmark neatly inserted between pages 157 and 158. It was only when Officer Mendez descended the narrow stairs to the basement that the ordinary domestic scene gave way to something inexplicable. The basement had been transformed. What neighbors and colleagues remembered as a mostly empty storage space was now arranged like a small museum. Antique objects, lamps, books, small pieces of furniture were carefully arranged in a circular pattern around the room's center. And there, standing against the far wall, was what appeared to be a tall, ornate mirror in a heavy wooden frame. Except as Officer Mendez's body camera revealed when she approached it, the mirror reflected nothing. In her official report, Mendez described an unsettling visual effect where the glass seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. When she shined her flashlight directly at the surface, no beam bounced back. The frame bore an inscription, barely visible, "Only she can see you now." Of Elena Whitman, there was no trace. The investigation that followed consumed the small police department of Oak Ridge. Detective James Carver, a 20-year veteran with a reputation for thoroughness, led the effort. The house was processed meticulously, yielding few clues. Elena's purse, wallet, phone, and keys were all found in their usual places. Her car contained nothing unusual. No large sums of money had been withdrawn from her accounts. Her passport remained in the desk drawer. The mirror quickly became the focal point of the investigation. Records from the estate sale confirmed that Elena had purchased Lot 157, antique standing mirror, European origin, circa 1880s, for $750 in cash. The auction house had minimal information on its provenance, noting only that Judge Hargrove had acquired it during a trip to Eastern Europe in the 1970s. When forensic technicians attempted to examine the mirror, they encountered difficulties. Photographs of the object came out strangely distorted. One technician reported feeling inexplicably anxious while working near it. Most puzzling was the temperature reading. The surface of the glass registered nearly 15 degrees colder than the ambient room temperature, despite no evident cooling mechanism. Elena's leather journal, typically so meticulous in documenting her acquisitions, contained only a single entry about the mirror. Hargrove Estate. Mirror, not what it seems. Research needed. The page following this entry had been torn out. As days turned into weeks, the investigation expanded. Authorities interviewed Judge Hargrove's former housekeeper, Maria Vasquez, who had worked in the Tudor mansion for over 2 decades. Her account added another layer to the growing mystery. The judge kept it covered, she explained in her heavily accented English. Always covered with a black cloth. He forbade me to clean it or even touch the cloth. Once, when I was dusting nearby, I saw him standing before it, whispering. He looked not himself. When he noticed me, he became very angry. The only time in 20 years he raised his voice to me. A search of Judge Hargrove's personal papers revealed little except a cryptic note in his legal diary from 1978. Acquired the verboten glass from the Kravitz estate. A dangerous curiosity. Must research containment methods. 6 weeks into the investigation, with no sign of Elena and no conventional explanation for her disappearance, public interest in the case intensified. The story spread beyond Oak Ridge, attracting the attention of true crime enthusiasts and paranormal investigators alike. Local reporters camped outside the Blue Victorian, hoping for developments. Detective Carver remained focused on tangible evidence. He tracked down Professor Amelia Stern, an art historian specializing in European antiquities at the State University. Upon viewing photographs of the mirror, she suggested it might be connected to an obscure legend from Eastern European folklore, stories of consuming mirrors that were said to trap the souls of those who learned their secrets. These are just myths, of course, she added hastily, but such objects often inspired very real criminal behavior. There were cases in the 19th century of con artists using specially treated glass and hidden compartments to create illusions that separated the superstitious from their money, or occasionally from their lives. In July, 3 months after Alina's disappearance, a potential breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A graduate student in the university's archives discovered a series of letters between Judge Hargrove and a Romanian scholar named Victor Petrescu, dating from 1978 to 1982. The correspondence discussed an artifact described as the Z-brand mirror and contained references to those claimed by the glass and the specific conditions of viewing. The final letter from Petrescu warned, "You must never allow a woman with the sight to stand before it unprotected. The consequences would be irreversible." Was Alina Whitman a woman with the sight? Her former colleagues at the elementary school recalled how perceptive she could be about children's unspoken emotions. Her ex-boyfriend from college described her as almost psychic sometimes. Her medical records noted chronic migraines accompanied by visual auras since adolescence. The investigation took yet another turn when Diane Lowell, the next-door neighbor, came forward with additional information. The night before Alina disappeared, Diane had been awakened around 3 a.m. by what sounded like singing coming from the direction of Alina's house. It was like a lullaby, but in a language I didn't recognize. I assumed she was playing music, but now I'm not so sure. In August, the police department brought in Dr. Lawrence Friedman, a forensic psychiatrist, to review the case. His assessment was measured but unsettling. While I cannot endorse supernatural explanations, this case contains elements of folie douce, a shared delusion. Judge Hargrove's apparent beliefs about the mirror may have influenced Ms. Whitman, perhaps triggering a psychotic episode resulting in self-harm or flight. But no evidence of violence was ever found in the Blue Victorian. No blood, no signs of struggle. The doors and windows had been locked from the inside. Security cameras from neighboring houses showed no one entering or leaving after Alina returned with her purchases. The mirror remained in police custody, secured in an evidence locker. Officers assigned to the night shift reported hearing whispers from the storage room. One claimed to have seen a woman's reflection in the glass, a woman who looked like Alina Whitman, but with something wrong about her eyes. These rumors were officially dismissed as products of overactive imaginations fueled by stress and the case's bizarre circumstances. As autumn arrived in Oak Ridge, the investigation gradually lost momentum. Other cases demanded attention. Alina Whitman was officially classified as a missing person, presumed dead. The Blue Victorian stood empty, its garden overgrown, the wind chimes silent. Detective Carver, however, could not let go. In his free time, he continued to research similar historical cases, compiling a thin file of disappearances connected to unusual antiques. On the anniversary of Alina's disappearance, he returned to the evidence locker alone, against department protocol. The camera in the storage facility malfunctioned that night. The footage showed Carver entering at 10:17 p.m. but never leaving. When officers arrived the next morning, they found the detective's badge and gun on the floor beside the mirror. Of James Carver himself there was no trace, and though technicians insisted it was a trick of light and shadow, some swore the mirror now showed two reflections where before it had shown none, a woman and a man, their expressions unreadable, their eyes fixed on something no one else could see. The case of Alina Whitman and the mirror that wasn't a mirror remains officially unsolved. Crime 6. At a thrift shop she found a worn leather backpack. Inside, textbooks, notes, a cracked phone, and a slit that revealed a hollowed-out lining filled with teeth. Not animal, and far too many to belong to just one person. Olivia Carson had always been drawn to thrift stores. At 26, she developed a reputation among her friends in Millfield, Oregon, as something of a vintage treasure hunter. Her small apartment was adorned with found objects, a brass lamp from the 1940s, a collection of hand-embroidered handkerchiefs framed on her wall, and various knickknacks that caught her eye over the years. "Every object has a story," she would say. "I just give them a new chapter." It was this philosophy that led her to Second-Hand Stories, a modest thrift shop on the edge of downtown Millfield one crisp October afternoon in 2019. The store had just received a large donation from an estate clearance, and Olivia had received a text from the owner, Martha, who knew her taste well. The shop smelled of dust and old books, a scent Olivia had come to associate with potential discoveries. She browsed through racks of clothing and shelves of discarded housewares until she spotted it, a worn leather backpack tucked between a set of mismatched luggage and a collection of bowling bags. The backpack was unremarkable at first glance, faded brown leather with brass buckles, the kind a college student might have carried in the early 2000s. But Olivia was drawn to its weathered texture, the way the leather had developed a rich patina from years of handling. "How much for this?" she asked Martha, who glanced up from the register. $15, Martha replied. "Just came in yesterday with that estate collection from the Hoffman house." Olivia knew the place, a Victorian home that had stood empty for months after the elderly owner passed away with no family to claim the property. Local gossip suggested the owner, Bernard Hoffman, had been something of a recluse in his later years. She paid for the backpack and took it home, setting it on her kitchen table to examine more closely. The leather was soft from use, and the zippers moved smoothly despite their age. When she unzipped the main compartment, she found it wasn't quite empty. Inside were a few unremarkable items, a dog-eared copy of Introduction to Psychology, a spiral notebook with half the pages torn out, and a cracked flip phone, the kind that had been popular 15 years earlier. Olivia turned the phone over in her hand. It was dead, of course, but she set it aside, wondering if she could charge it somehow. As she continued exploring the bag, her fingers detected an anomaly, a slit in the lining near the bottom, about 4 inches long. It wasn't a manufacturing defect, but clearly a deliberate cut. Curious, she slipped her fingers inside and felt something hard and irregular. When she withdrew her hand, she was holding what appeared to be a human molar. A chill ran through her body. She upended the bag and shook it. Several more teeth, incisors, canines, molars, clattered onto her kitchen table. Olivia stepped back, her heart racing. The teeth were unmistakably human, and there were dozens of them, far too many to have come from a single person. Some were yellowed with age, others whiter but stained with what looked like dried blood at the roots. For several long moments she stood frozen, staring at the macabre collection scattered across her table. Then, with trembling hands, she scooped the teeth back into the backpack and called the police. Detective Morgan Reed had been with the Millfield Police Department for 17 years. In a town of just under 20,000 people, major crimes were rare enough that each one left an impression. But in all his years on the force, he'd never encountered anything quite like this. "And you purchased this today?" he asked, examining the backpack now laid out on a table at the police station, the teeth carefully placed in evidence bags. "Yes," Olivia nodded, her voice still shaky. "Around 2 o'clock. "And these items were already inside." Detective Reed pointed to the psychology textbook, notebook, and flip phone, now also bagged as evidence. "Yes, everything. I thought they were just leftovers. People donate stuff without emptying it all the time." Reed nodded slowly. He had interviewed Martha from the thrift store before speaking with Olivia. Martha confirmed the backpack had come from the Hoffman estate clearance, which had been handled by a local company called Clear Path Estate Services. "Miss Carson," Reed said carefully, "I'd like you to keep this information confidential for now. We don't want to cause unnecessary panic, and we need time to investigate." Olivia agreed, though the request seemed almost absurd given the circumstances. How could she possibly go about her normal life knowing what she'd found? After she left, Detective Reed brought the evidence to Dr. Alina Watts, the county's forensic odontologist. By the next morning, her preliminary findings confirmed what they had suspected. The collection contained 47 human teeth from at least 11 different individuals, based on duplicates and varying states of wear. Some teeth showed signs of forceful extraction. They hadn't fallen out naturally or been removed by a dentist. The investigation had only just begun, but Detective Reed already felt the weight of what they might be uncovering. A predator who had been operating undetected, potentially for years. Bernard Hoffman had died 3 months earlier at the age of 76. He had worked as a high school janitor until retiring 15 years ago and had lived alone since his wife's death in 1998. Neighbors described him as quiet but not unfriendly, the kind of man who would wave from his porch but rarely engaged in conversation. "He mostly kept to himself, especially these last few years," said Helen Granby, who had lived across the street from Hoffman for over 2 decades. "After his wife died, he sort of withdrew, not in a creepy way, just sad." When Detective Reed asked if she had ever noticed anything unusual about the house or Hoffman's behavior, Helen paused. "Well, there was one thing," she said hesitantly. "For a few years, this would have been maybe 2005 to 2010 or so, he would sometimes have a young person staying with him, never the same one for long. I assumed they were renters, helping him with bills after retirement." "Young person, male or female?" "Both at different times, college-aged, I'd say. I only ever spoke to one, a young man who said he was attending Millfield Community College." Reed pressed for more details, but Helen couldn't recall names or specific dates. She remembered one young woman with bright red hair who stayed for about 2 months in what she thought was the summer of 2008, and a young man with a distinctive limp who was there for nearly 6 months in 2006. The detective's next stop was the office of Clear Path Estate Services. The owner, Trevor Blake, had personally handled the Hoffman house clearance. "It was a standard job," Blake explained. "No family came forward, so the state appointed an administrator who contracted us to clear the property for sale." "Did you notice anything unusual while clearing the house?" Reed asked. Blake thought for a moment. Not really. It was cluttered but not hoarding level, typical for an elderly person living alone. He paused. although the basement was different. Different how? It was extremely organized compared to the rest of the house. Shelves with labeled boxes, a workbench with tools arranged precisely, and there was a locked door to what I assumed was a storage room. Did you open it? Yes, the administrator had provided all the keys. It was just a small room with some old furniture and boxes, nothing special. But when Reed pressed further, Blake recalled something else. There was a dresser in that room with all the drawers removed except one. I remember thinking it was odd. The remaining drawer was empty. Reed asked to see Blake's inventory of items collected from the house. The backpack wasn't specifically listed, just miscellaneous bags and luggage among the items donated to second-hand stories. The flip phone found in the backpack provided the first real break in the case. The tech team managed to charge it and bypass the simple security. The contacts list was empty, but the photo gallery contained several images, blurry shots of what appeared to be the Millfield Community College campus, a few random street scenes, and most disturbingly, what looked like surreptitious photos of young people in coffee shops, at bus stops, walking across parking lots. The final photo was different, a clear shot of a bulletin board with a rental notice, room for rent, $300 month. Contact Bernard at 550-5171. The call log showed numerous outgoing calls to that same number over a period of 3 months in 2009, then nothing. The phone's registered owner was listed as Michael Webb, but a search of records showed no Michael Webb associated with Bernard Hoffman or that phone number. Detective Reed obtained a warrant to search Hoffman's house, which remained unsold. The main floor and second story yielded little of interest, just the accumulated possessions of a long life, now coated in a thin layer of dust. The basement, however, was exactly as Trevor Blake had described, meticulously organized, with a workbench along one wall featuring neatly arranged tools. Several were dental in nature, extractors, picks, a small drill. The small room off the basement contained only the dresser Blake had mentioned and a twin bed with a bare mattress. When crime scene technicians examined the space with alternative light sources, they found extensive blood spatter patterns on the walls and floor, despite attempts to clean them. Behind the dresser, investigators discovered a hidden compartment containing a journal. The entries were sparse but chilling. MW 9-1509 uncooperative, 4 extracted. SD 2-2310 compliant, 3 extracted. DK 70510 resistant, 6 extracted. Terminated arrangement. The entries continued through 2013 with a total of 9 sets of initials. The final entry simply read, "Collection incomplete, health declining, may need to accelerate." A search of missing persons reports from the years 2005-2013 in Millfield and surrounding counties yielded several possible matches to the initials in the journal. Michael Webb, 19, had been reported missing by his parents in November 2009 after not returning home for Thanksgiving break from Millfield Community College. Sarah Turner, 20, was reported missing in March 2010. As the investigation expanded, dental records were requested for comparison with the recovered teeth. DNA testing was initiated, both on the teeth and samples collected from the basement room. 6 weeks after Olivia Carson's discovery, Detective Reed held a press conference. 5 victims had been positively identified through dental records and DNA testing. None had been previously connected, and all had been assumed to be cases of voluntary disappearance, young adults moving on with their lives without maintaining contact. Based on the evidence, Reed stated solemnly, we believe Bernard Hoffman lured victims to his home under the pretense of providing affordable housing. Once there, he extracted teeth from them while they were still alive before ultimately causing their deaths. We are continuing to work to identify the remaining victims and bring closure to their families. What the detective didn't share publicly were the more disturbing details. The journal's clinical tone suggesting Hoffman viewed his actions as some sort of deranged collection process. The careful preservation of each tooth. The fact that some victims appeared to have lived in the house for months while Hoffman periodically sedated and mutilated them. Olivia Carson followed the news coverage with a mixture of horror and a strange sense of responsibility. The vintage treasures in her apartment, once sources of comfort and curiosity, now seemed potentially tainted, each one possibly harboring some terrible secret from the past. She had given the backpack a new chapter, as she liked to say about her finds. But this was a chapter no one could have anticipated, revealing a story darker than anyone in the quiet town of Millfield could have imagined. The teeth were eventually returned to the families of the identified victims for proper burial. The others remained in evidence storage, a partial collection of human suffering waiting for names, for recognition, for justice that came too late. Bernard Hoffman had taken his secrets to the grave, but in death, as in life, the quiet janitor who had walked the halls of Millfield High School for decades had left behind something no one expected. A legacy of carefully catalogued horror, discovered by chance in a worn leather backpack with a hidden compartment, a backpack that seemed to have no bottom to the darkness it contained. Crime 7, explorers forced it open expecting janitorial supplies. Instead, they found stacks of videotapes labeled with names and dates. The most recent tape had no label. They played it. It showed the group entering the school from a camera positioned behind them. Mason Creek was the kind of small town where people knew the history of every building. The old Westwood High School on Blackburn Road had stood empty for nearly 7 years after the county consolidated 3 schools into one modern facility on the edge of town. The 3-story brick structure with its peeling paint and boarded windows had become something of a landmark, a monument to better days when Mason Creek's population had been double what it was now. For 17-year-old Ellie Simmons, the abandoned school was merely the backdrop to countless local legends. Teenagers told stories about ghostly janitors and former students who had died tragically wandering the hallways after dark. But Ellie didn't believe in ghosts. She believed in YouTube views and social media followers. Her channel, Ellie Explores, had a modest following of 3,000 subscribers, mostly classmates and neighbors from surrounding counties. She was determined to grow it into something that might catch the attention of college admission officers. On April 12, 2023, Ellie convinced her 2 closest friends, Jason Morrow and Cassidy Palmer, to accompany her to the old school after dark. They'd film themselves exploring the abandoned building, capture some atmospheric footage, and create content that Ellie was certain would expand her audience beyond Mason Creek. Think about it like urban archaeology, Ellie had told them while planning the excursion in her bedroom the previous weekend. We're documenting history before it disappears. Jason, a tall, lanky boy with a perpetual worried expression, had reluctantly agreed. Cassidy, always eager for adventure, required no convincing. The night they chose was unseasonably cold for April, with a thin mist hovering just above the ground. They parked Ellie's Honda Civic a block away and approached on foot, careful to avoid the periodic drive-bys from Deputy Wilkes, whose midnight rounds were as predictable as the town's single traffic light. Accessing the building proved easier than expected. A previous trespasser had pried loose one of the plywood sheets covering a rear entrance by the former cafeteria. Inside, the air was dense with the smell of mildew and old paper. Ellie narrated quietly into her camera as they moved through the darkened hallways, illuminated only by the flashlights on their phones. "The school closed in 2016, Ellie whispered, panning her camera across the empty cafeteria with its toppled chairs and tables. Almost 400 students used to eat lunch here every day. For nearly an hour, they wandered through classrooms where chalkboards still displayed half-erased lesson plans, past trophy cases with dusty symbols of long-forgotten victories. The hallways echoed with their whispers, the sound traveling strangely in the empty building. It was on the third floor in what had once been the audiovisual department that they discovered the locked cabinet. Unlike the rest of the school, which showed obvious signs of neglect and occasional vandalism, this particular room seemed almost preserved. Technical diagrams still clung to the walls. A desk calendar remained open to June 2016, the final month of the school's operation. And against the far wall stood a tall metal storage cabinet. It was the only thing in the room that was locked. "Try the keys we found in the office," Ellie suggested, her voice hushed with anticipation. Earlier in their exploration, they had discovered a ring of janitor's keys in the former principal's office. Jason fumbled with the keyring for several minutes, trying various options until one finally clicked. The door of the cabinet swung open with a mournful creak that seemed unnaturally loud in the stillness of the abandoned building. "Probably just cleaning supplies," Jason muttered, training his phone's light on the interior. Instead, they found shelves lined with neatly organized VHS tapes and mini-DV cassettes. Each was meticulously labeled with a name and date. The oldest ones appeared to be from the early 1990s, while the most recent carried dates from just before the school's closure. "These must be recordings of school events," Cassidy reasoned, peering at the labels. "Graduation ceremonies, talent shows, sports games, that kind of thing." But as they examined the tapes more closely, the labels didn't match any recognizable school events. They were just names, student names, faculty names, followed by dates and times. "Look at this one," Ellie said, pulling out a tape labeled Marissa Wheeler, 5/12/2008, 3:47 p.m. "I know that name. My mom mentioned her once. She was a student who transferred away suddenly." On the bottom shelf, they found something that made their blood run cold. A single unmarked mini-DV cassette sat apart from the others, clearly newer than its companions. Beside it was a handheld digital video camera, a model from around 2015, still in working condition. "Let's see what's on it," Cassidy suggested, her voice dropping even lower. Ellie hesitated only briefly before clicking the cassette into the camera. The small screen flickered to life, and after a moment of static, an image appeared. It showed the exterior of Westwood High School from earlier that very night. The timestamp in the corner matched the time they had arrived, approximately 90 minutes earlier. The camera tracked their movements as they approached the building, found the loose plywood sheet, and slipped inside. "This can't be real," Jason whispered, his face pale in the glow of the screen. The footage continued, following their exploration path exactly, through the cafeteria, up the stairwell, through the second-floor classrooms. The camera seemed to be positioned behind them at all times, though they had never noticed anyone following them. "Who's filming this?" Cassidy asked, her voice trembling. "And how is it already on this tape?" The footage abruptly cut to a view of the very room they were standing in now. The timestamp showed a time 15 minutes in the future. In the video, the three of them stood around the open cabinet, watching something on the camera's screen, and behind them, just visible in the doorway, was a shadowy figure. They didn't wait to see more. Dropping the camera, they fled the building, not stopping until they reached Ellie's car a block away. They drove straight to the Mason Creek police station, where they found Deputy Wilkes finishing paperwork before his shift ended. The deputy listened to their story with increasing skepticism until they showed him the handful of tapes they'd instinctively grabbed during their panicked escape from the school. One was the unmarked cassette. "Let's take a look at this so-called footage," Deputy Wilkes said, connecting the camera to the station's ancient TV in the break room. But the cassette was blank. No matter how many times they rewound and played it, nothing appeared but static. "Look, kids," Deputy Wilkes said after 30 minutes of questioning. "Breaking into the old school is trespassing. I should be writing you tickets right now, but I'm going to chalk this up to overactive imaginations and the power of suggestion. That old building does play tricks on you, especially at night." He confiscated the tapes as evidence, but made it clear he believed they had simply scared themselves with ghost stories and urban legends. The next morning, Ellie uploaded their exploration video to her YouTube channel. The footage ended abruptly when they discovered the cabinet. The camera's battery had died then, she claimed in her narration. She made no mention of the unmarked tape or what they had seen on it. 3 days later, Deputy Wilkes contacted Ellie's parents. The tapes they had brought to the station contained ordinary recordings of school board meetings and empty classrooms, surveillance footage, he explained. Nothing unusual or concerning. The unmarked tape remained blank. But something changed in Mason Creek after that night. The town council suddenly approved emergency funding to demolish the old school building, citing structural concerns that hadn't been mentioned before. Workmen arrived within days to begin the process. Ellie, Jason, and Cassidy never discussed what they had seen with anyone else. Their friendship acquired a strange tension, a shared secret that none of them wanted to acknowledge. 6 months later, when Ellie was preparing college applications, she discovered something that made her question everything about that night. While researching the history of Mason Creek for an essay about her community, she came across a newspaper article from 2005 about the installation of a state-of-the-art security system at Westwood High School. The system had been controversial because it included dozens of hidden cameras throughout the building, cameras designed to be undetectable to students and staff. The article included a quote from the technology director at the time. "The beauty of this system is that it doesn't just record what happens. It anticipates movement patterns using sophisticated algorithms. In a sense, it stays one step ahead of everyone in the building." The technology director's name was Richard Grayson. According to school records, he had resigned suddenly in 2016, just days before the school's closure was announced. To this day, the former site of Westwood High School remains vacant. The demolition inexplicably stalled after the foundation was cleared. Occasionally, Ellie drives past it late at night. Sometimes she thinks she sees a light moving behind the construction barriers, like someone carrying a camera through the darkness, recording things that haven't happened yet. Deputy Wilkes still has the tapes locked in an evidence box in the station's basement. He never watches them. But sometimes, when he's alone on the night shift, he swears he can hear the mechanical whir of a VHS machine coming from somewhere deep in the building, as if someone or something is reviewing footage that should not exist. And in a small apartment 2 counties over, Richard Grayson sits in front of dozens of monitors, each showing a different location in Mason Creek. On one screen, 3 teenagers explore an abandoned school. On another, they will do so tomorrow. On a third, they did so yesterday. The system has evolved beyond his original design. He no longer controls it. He just watches and waits and wonders what it's planning. Crime 8, she saw it on a flyer stapled to a post, a missing teen with a crescent-shaped tattoo behind her ear. The same exact one she had, same spot, but she'd never gotten it done, and she couldn't remember when it first appeared. Millbrook, Virginia was the kind of town where people kept their porch lights on at night not because they were afraid, but because it was what you did. It was October 2016 when 18-year-old Eliza Dawson's parents first reported her missing. Eliza was studying psychology at Millbrook Community College, living at home to save money, working part-time at the local bookstore. Her mother described her as responsible, introspective, the kind of girl who texted when she'd be late. On a Tuesday morning, Eliza's bed hadn't been slept in. Her car remained in the driveway. Her phone went straight to voicemail. By Wednesday, flyers with her face covered every telephone pole in the 3-mile radius of their suburban neighborhood. Detective Jenna Morris took the case, noting the distinct crescent moon tattoo behind Eliza's right ear in the report. Got it for her 18th birthday, her mother had said, dabbing at her eyes. Said it represented new beginnings. 23 miles away in neighboring Clarington, Meredith Walsh, a 20-year-old waitress, stopped cold when she saw the flyer on her way to work. The girl in the photo wasn't familiar, but the tattoo was identical to her own. A delicate crescent moon, the same size, the same placement, behind the right ear. Meredith touched her own tattoo instinctively, feeling the smooth skin. She had no memory of getting it, had always assumed it was a birthmark until someone at work had commented on the cool tat a few months back. She'd smiled and thanked them, too embarrassed to admit she didn't know where it came from. That night, Meredith couldn't sleep. The coincidence felt too strange, too specific. She stared at her ceiling fan making slow, hypnotic circles in the darkness of her studio apartment. The next morning, with dark circles under her eyes, she called the number on the flyer. Detective Morris listened patiently to Meredith's story, her voice betraying neither belief nor dismissal. Would you be willing to come to the station? It might be nothing, but in cases like these, every detail matters. The police station in Millbrook was small, all beige walls and the smell of coffee that had been sitting too long. Meredith sat across from Detective Morris, answering questions about her background, her routine, whether she knew Eliza Dawson. I've never met her, Meredith repeated. I don't understand what's happening. Let me ask you something else, Detective Morris said, leaning forward slightly. Do you ever experience missing time, periods you can't account for? The question hung in the air between them. Meredith's mouth went dry. Sometimes, she admitted quietly, I thought maybe I was just tired or stressed. The investigation shifted after Meredith's revelation. Detective Morris began looking into other missing persons cases within a 100-mile radius. 3 more young women, all within the past 5 years, all vanished without a trace. No bodies found, no evidence of struggle, just gone. When Detective Morris obtained photographs of two of the victims from family members, she found what she was looking for, the same crescent-shaped mark behind their right ears. What had seemed like a coincidence was forming a pattern. Meanwhile, Meredith began keeping a journal. She noted times when she couldn't remember what she'd done, hours that seemed to evaporate. She discovered that on the night Eliza disappeared, she had one of these episodes, 8 hours unaccounted for. She'd woken up exhausted, with mud on her shoes she didn't remember walking through. Reluctantly, she shared this with Detective Morris, who asked her to undergo hypnotherapy. The department had worked with Dr. Alan Reeves before in cases involving repressed memories. Meredith agreed, desperate for answers herself. The session was conducted in Dr. Reeves' office, with Detective Morris observing. As Meredith slipped into a trance state, her breathing became deep and regular. Dr. Reeves guided her back to the night Eliza disappeared. "I'm driving," Meredith said, her voice oddly flat, "but it doesn't feel like me driving. I'm watching myself drive." "Where are you going?" Dr. Reeves asked. "The old Hartley property, the abandoned farmhouse." She paused. "There's someone in the passenger seat." "Can you say who it is?" "A girl. She's sleeping." "No, not sleeping. She looks drugged." Detective Morris leaned forward, her pen poised over her notepad. "What happens at the farmhouse, Meredith?" Dr. Reeves prompted. Meredith's breathing quickened. "There are others waiting. They all have the mark, the moon. They say it's time for the next phase." When Dr. Reeves brought her out of hypnosis, Meredith had no memory of what she'd revealed. Detective Morris didn't share the full details, only that they needed to investigate the old Hartley property immediately. The abandoned farmhouse sat on 15 acres of overgrown land. It had been vacant for nearly a decade after the last Hartley died without heirs. Local teens sometimes used it for parties, but it was generally avoided, too remote, too decrepit, too many rumors of odd lights and strange sounds. Detective Morris assembled a small team. They approached at dawn, the mist still clinging to the tall grass surrounding the property. The house itself was collapsing inward, but the cellar doors appeared new, with a heavy padlock securing them. When they broke through, what they found defied easy explanation. The cellar had been converted into a sterile space. White walls, bright lights, a single examination table in the center, and on shelves lining the walls, dozens of small jars, each containing a preserved crescent-shaped piece of skin. There was no sign of Eliza or the other missing women, but they found journals, meticulously kept, detailing a process called consciousness transfer. The writings described a technique for moving one person's consciousness into another's body, leaving the original consciousness suppressed but intact. The crescent mark was described as the anchor point for the transfer. The journals belonged to Dr. Marcus Reed, a neurologist who had lost his license 15 years earlier for unethical experiments. His current whereabouts were unknown. When Detective Morris returned to question Meredith again, she discovered the young woman had vanished. Her apartment was immaculate, as if no one had ever lived there. The landlord claimed the unit had been vacant for months. When Morris showed him a photo of Meredith, he shook his head. Never seen her before. The investigation continued, but with each passing day, the trail grew colder. 6 weeks later, a young woman in Wilmington, Delaware, called local police about a strange crescent-shaped mark behind her ear that she didn't remember getting. She'd been having episodes of missing time, and she'd recently found herself inexplicably drawn to news stories about missing women in Virginia. Detective Morris made the 3-hour drive to interview her. The woman introduced herself as Kate Spencer. But as they talked, Morris noticed something familiar in her mannerisms, in the way she tucked her hair behind her ear, in her particular habit of tapping her fingers in sequence on the table. Just like Meredith Walsh had done. "Do you know who Dr. Marcus Reed is?" Morris asked suddenly. Kate's eyes widened slightly, then her expression smoothed. "Should I?" "I think part of you does," Morris said quietly. "Just like I think part of you remembers being someone else before you were Kate." The woman across from her smiled then, a smile that didn't reach her eyes. The beautiful thing about consciousness, detective, is how malleable it is. How many people can exist in one mind? How many minds can exist across many bodies? She leaned forward. The real question isn't where Eliza and the others have gone, it's who they've become. Before Morris could respond, Kate stood up. "This has been enlightening, but I need to go. Places to be, people to meet." She paused at the door. "You won't find what you're looking for, detective. We're everywhere now, watching our own investigation unfold. And soon we'll be more than just a handful of subjects. The anchor points are already in place." Morris never saw Kate Spencer again. But over the next year, reports began surfacing across 5 states, people discovering crescent-shaped marks they couldn't explain, experiencing lost time, personality changes. The case file for Eliza Dawson remained open, but as Detective Morris often thought when she reviewed it late at night, how do you find someone when the body you're looking for is no longer the person you're searching for? And sometimes, late at night, she would catch herself touching the skin behind her right ear, checking for a mark that wasn't there. At least, not yet. Crime 9. During a drought, the water receded enough to reveal something buried in the mud, what looked like a trapdoor sealed with iron latches. Scraped into the wood were 5 initials, barely legible. The last one was hers. Maple Creek had always been the kind of town where nothing remarkable happened. A small community 40 miles outside of Burlington, Vermont, it was characterized by its rolling hills, dense forests, and the centerpiece of the town, Stillwater Pond. For generations, the pond had been a gathering place, children learning to swim in the summer, teenagers sneaking off to its shores at night, families ice fishing when winter arrived. Rebecca Harlow had grown up beside those waters. Her childhood home, a weathered Cape Cod with faded blue shutters, sat just a quarter-mile from the eastern shore. Her mother, Eleanor, still lived there alone, tending to her garden and watching the seasons change across the pond's surface. Rebecca had left Maple Creek 15 years ago at 18, bound for college in Boston and a life beyond the town's borders. She returned only for holidays and the occasional weekend visit. Rebecca had been quiet as a child. Teachers described her as thoughtful, introspective. She collected pressed flowers and kept detailed journals about the wildlife she observed around the pond. Her father, before his death when she was 12, had taught her to fish, to identify bird calls, to read the patterns in the water that revealed what lay beneath. After he was gone, she spent even more time at the pond, as if searching for him in the places they had once shared. The summer of 2023 brought a punishing drought to Vermont. By July, Stillwater Pond had receded nearly 8 feet from its normal shoreline. Areas that had been underwater for decades, perhaps centuries, were now exposed to the air and sun. The drought was the worst in living memory, transforming the once idyllic body of water into a shrunken, murky shadow of itself. Eleanor called Rebecca on a Tuesday evening in late July. "The pond, it's almost unrecognizable," she said, her voice wavering slightly. "Mr. Carlton from down the road found something strange yesterday, at the north end where it's receded the most." Rebecca could hear the hesitation in her mother's voice. What kind of strange, Mom? A door like a cellar door buried in the mud. They say it has initials carved into it. There was a long pause. One of them matches yours, RH. Rebecca drove up from Boston the next morning. The familiar 2-hour journey seemed to stretch endlessly as her mind raced with questions. By the time she arrived in Maple Creek, a small crowd had gathered at the north shore of Stillwater Pond. Yellow police tape cordoned off an area where the water had receded, revealing a muddy expanse that had once been 10 feet underwater. Sheriff Daniels, who had been in his position since Rebecca was a teenager, nodded grimly when he saw her approach. He was a tall man with deep lines etched into his weathered face, his hair more gray now than the sandy brown she remembered. "Rebecca," he said, his voice low and measured, "your mother said you were coming." "What is it exactly?" she asked, trying to see past the small cluster of deputies and what appeared to be state investigators. The sheriff led her carefully across the slick, exposed lake bed. The mud made wet, sucking sounds with each step. The air carried the peculiar odor of things long submerged, suddenly exposed to air, decaying vegetation, silt, and something else she couldn't quite identify. "We're not entirely sure yet," he admitted. "It appears to be some kind of access door, heavy wood reinforced with iron. There are 5 sets of initials carved into it." They reached the edge of the inner perimeter. From there, Rebecca could see it clearly, a rectangular shape approximately 4 feet by 3 feet embedded in the mud. It was constructed of thick wooden planks darkened by years underwater, bound with rusted iron straps. 5 sets of initials had been carved deeply into the wood: JL, MC, TW, PD, and RH. Rebecca felt her breath catch in her throat. "But that can't be me," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "This has been underwater for how long?" Sheriff Daniels shook his head. "Based on the construction and the level of the pond before the drought, we estimate it's been submerged for at least 40 years, possibly much longer." "Then it has to be someone else with the same initials," Rebecca insisted. Maybe Robert Hamilton. He used to live here in the 70s, I think, or Ruth Holloway from the Historical Society." "We're looking into everyone with those initials," the sheriff assured her, "for all 5 sets." A technician in latex gloves carefully photographed the door from multiple angles. Another took measurements and samples of the wood. "Have you opened it?" Rebecca asked. The sheriff's expression darkened. "Not yet. We're waiting for the structural engineer to ensure it's safe. Whatever's down there has been underwater for decades. We don't know what we're dealing with." That night, Rebecca stayed at her mother's house. Sleep evaded her as she lay in her childhood bedroom, unchanged since high school. The pale moonlight filtered through curtains patterned with forget-me-nots, casting ghostly shadows across the walls. Outside her window, the diminished pond reflected the moon like a tarnished mirror. The next morning, a team from the state police arrived with specialized equipment. Rebecca watched from behind the police line as they carefully cleared away the remaining mud from around the door's edges. By mid-afternoon, they were ready to open it. The crowd had grown larger. Nearly half the town seemed to be present, keeping a respectful distance but unable to resist witnessing this strange discovery. Rebecca stood beside her mother, who gripped her hand with surprising strength. "I don't like this," Alina whispered. "Some things should stay buried." As the team prepared to lift the door, a strange silence fell over the crowd. Even the birds seemed to have stopped singing. The engineers had attached a pulley system to the heavy iron ring embedded in the center of the door. On the count of 3, they pulled. At first, nothing happened. Then, with an awful groaning sound, the wood began to move. Decades of pressure and water had warped the door, making it resist their efforts. When it finally gave way, it did so with a sudden crack that made everyone flinch. What lay beneath was not immediately visible from where Rebecca stood, but she could see the reactions of the officers peering down into the opening, their expressions shifting from professional curiosity to something more complex, more troubled. Sheriff Daniels stepped back, his face pale. He conferred briefly with the state investigators before approaching Rebecca and her mother. "We've found a structure beneath the pond," he said quietly. "Some kind of chamber, and there are items inside, personal effects." "What kind of items?" Rebecca asked, even as part of her wished not to know. "Clothing, a backpack, some notebooks." He hesitated. "The initial assessment suggests they've been there since the late 1970s. Rebecca felt a chill that had nothing to do with the breeze coming off the pond. "And are there?" The sheriff understood her unfinished question. "No human remains have been found yet, but the investigation is just beginning." In the days that followed, the story of the door beneath Stillwater Pond spread beyond Maple Creek. News vans from Burlington, then Boston, then national networks arrived to document the mystery. The police established a more permanent perimeter, erecting tents to shield the site from both weather and prying cameras. Rebecca found herself unable to leave town as the investigation continued. The other 4 sets of initials had been tentatively matched to individuals who had lived in or near Maple Creek in the 1970s. James Larson, Michael Collins, Thomas Winters, and Patricia Donovan. All 4 had disappeared between 1975 and 1979. All had been teenagers at the time. Their cases had remained unsolved for nearly 50 years. But the 5th set of initials, RH, remained a mystery. No missing persons report matched those initials from that time period. The closest match was a Richard Hoffman who had been reported missing from a neighboring county in 1980, but he had eventually been found living under an assumed name in California. On the 5th day of the investigation, Rebecca was sitting on her mother's porch, watching the distant activity at the pond, when Sheriff Daniels' cruiser pulled into the driveway. The expression on his face as he approached made her stomach tighten with dread. "We found something I think you should see," he said, his voice gentle but firm. At the sight, he led her to one of the evidence tents. Inside, laid out on a folding table, was a collection of items recovered from the chamber beneath the door. Clothing typical of the late 1970s, faded jeans, a plaid shirt, sneakers, a backpack with a distinctive patch that had somehow survived the decades, and most disturbingly, 5 notebooks, their pages stuck together from long exposure to moisture but partially preserved. "The forensic team has been carefully separating and drying the pages," the sheriff explained. "Most of the writing is illegible, but some passages are clear enough to read." He handed her a photograph of one such page, protected in a clear plastic sleeve. The handwriting was faded but unmistakable. Rebecca felt the world tilt beneath her feet as she recognized it immediately. It was her own handwriting. But that was impossible. These items had been underwater since before she was born. "I don't understand," she whispered, staring at the familiar loops and curves of letters she might have written yesterday. "This can't be mine." The sheriff's expression was troubled. "There's more. We found this." He showed her another photograph, this one of a small, tarnished locket recovered from the chamber. When cleaned, it had revealed a photograph inside, a young woman with features strikingly similar to Rebecca's own. "We believe this may be Regina Harlow," the sheriff said quietly, "your grandmother." Rebecca's mind reeled. Her grandmother Regina had died young, a drowning accident at Stillwater Pond in 1979 when Alina was just 16. Rebecca had been named after her, Rebecca Regina Harlow. The family rarely spoke of the tragedy. "Are you saying my grandmother was connected to these disappearances, to this place under the pond?" The sheriff hesitated. "We don't know yet, but we've been speaking with some of the older residents. It seems there was a tight-knit group of teenagers in the late 70s who were known to spend time together at the pond. Your grandmother was apparently among them." Alina had never mentioned this. When Rebecca confronted her later that evening, her mother's reaction was unexpected, not shock or denial, but a deep, resigned sadness. "There were rumors," Alina admitted softly, staring into her teacup as if it held answers. "After my mother died, after the others went missing, people whispered things, but Dad wouldn't talk about it, and eventually the whispers stopped." "What kind of rumors?" Rebecca pressed. Alina's hands trembled slightly. That they had found something at the pond, something old, that they were experimenting with it somehow. No one knew exactly what. Then they started disappearing one by one. And when Mom's body was found in the pond, everyone assumed she had drowned accidentally. The investigation into the others just faded away. The next day, the forensic team made another discovery in the chamber beneath the door. A series of carved symbols on the interior walls, unlike any known alphabet. And beneath these markings, scratched more crudely, were the same 5 sets of initials that appeared on the door above. As days turned into weeks, more of the notebooks were carefully restored and their contents revealed. They detailed experiments conducted by the 5 teenagers, attempts to achieve something they referred to only as the transition. The nature of this transition remained obscure, hinted at in fragments and coded language. One passage attributed to Regina Harlow was particularly haunting. "We're close now. The water is the key. It doesn't just hide the door, it's part of the process. T thinks we need complete submersion during the final phase. Jay is afraid, but trying not to show it. I dream about what's on the other side almost every night now." The investigation continued, bringing in experts in historical criminal cases, psychologists, even anthropologists to study the strange symbols. But no bodies were ever found, neither in the chamber nor elsewhere around the pond when it was later drained completely. The mystery of what happened to James Larson, Michael Collins, Thomas Winters, and Patricia Donovan remained unsolved. Had they run away together, staging an elaborate scenario to cover their tracks? Had they met with foul play, their remains disposed of elsewhere? Or was there some truth to their cryptic writings about transition and the other side? As for Regina Harlow, her death was eventually reclassified from accidental drowning to undetermined. The timeline of events before her body was discovered now called into question. Rebecca never found definitive answers about her grandmother's connection to the door beneath the pond, or why her own handwriting seemed to match that in the 50-year-old notebooks. DNA testing confirmed that some of the recovered items had indeed belonged to Regina, including the locket with her photograph. When the drought finally broke in late September, bringing torrential rains that began to refill Stillwater Pond, authorities made the decision to seal the chamber. It was thoroughly documented, emptied of evidence, and then filled with concrete before the waters could reclaim it. Rebecca returned to Boston, carrying more questions than when she had arrived. Sometimes in her dreams, she found herself standing before that door again, watching as it slowly opened to reveal not a chamber but a passage stretching endlessly downward. In these dreams, she could hear whispers from below, 5 voices speaking in unison, one of them disturbingly familiar. And sometimes when she woke, she would find her fingers tracing initials in the air: JL, MC, TW, PD, and RH. 5 sets of initials, carved into wood now sealed away beneath the dark waters of Stillwater Pond. Story 10, the apartment lay silent, untouched for months before the new tenants ventured inside. Their expectations were low, just dust motes dancing in the sunlight, perhaps a few pieces of furniture left behind. But as they explored, one door stood stubbornly closed, resisting their efforts to open it. It was a closet locked from within, its secrets hidden from prying eyes. When the landlord finally managed to force the door open, the tenants braced themselves for the mundane sight of old coats or forgotten trinkets. Instead, what they discovered sent shivers down their spines. The walls of the closet were marred with deep, jagged scratches, etched into the wood with frantic desperation. In the dim corner, an ancient flip phone lay silent, its screen displaying a single unread message, an ominous glow in the darkness. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator, felt a chill creep up her spine as she surveyed the scene. It wasn't the sight of blood or violence that unsettled her, but the haunting realization that someone had been trapped within that cramped space, fighting for freedom with every scratch. "We need forensics here immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who was diligently capturing images of the eerie markings, "and gather the records of the previous tenants." The message on the forgotten phone simply stated, "I know what you did." The landlord, a fidgety man with perpetually clammy hands, nervously recounted that the previous tenant, a quiet young woman named Emma Caldwell, had vanished without a trace, leaving unpaid rent in her wake. "She kept to herself, caused no trouble," he mumbled, avoiding eye contact with the closet. Forensics uncovered a disturbing revelation within the scratches on the wall's multiple blood samples, mostly belonging to Emma Caldwell, reported missing months ago. However, 2 DNA samples stood out, one unidentified and the other belonging to a man who was supposed to be deceased for 2 years. The pieces of the puzzle were beginning to form a chilling picture. As Shaw delved deeper into Emma's life, a pattern emerged from her abandoned apartment. Unanswered mail, a forgotten coffee mug in the sink, a neatly made bed, all signs of a life abruptly interrupted. Phone records hinted at a mysterious boyfriend, described only as intense and private by Emma. The investigation took a dark turn as surveillance footage revealed a shadowy figure entering the building after Emma on the night of her disappearance. The breakthrough came with the discovery of fingerprints belonging to the supposedly deceased man, Derek Mercer, inside the closet. Shaw's intuition led her to unravel a web of connections, linking Emma's case to another missing woman, Lynette Porter, who had vanished years earlier. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place, revealing a sinister plot orchestrated by a twisted mind. The trail led them to a secluded property owned by Mercer's family, where they uncovered Lynette Porter alive but broken, kept in conditions mirroring Emma's confinement. Mercer's reign of terror was laid bare as evidence of his obsession with control and manipulation surfaced, painting a grim portrait of a man driven by a desire to inflict suffering. The manhunt for Derek Mercer spanned jurisdictions as authorities raced against time to prevent further harm. Mercer's capture at a bus terminal marked the end of his dark journey, but the scars he left behind would linger for years to come. During the trial, Mercer's calm demeanor belied the horrors he had unleashed as the truth of his twisted schemes came to light. Emma's fate remained a haunting mystery, her final message on the phone serving as a grim testament to her struggle for survival. The courtroom fell silent as the jury delivered a verdict of guilt on all charges, condemning Mercer to a lifetime behind bars. As Lynette Porter faced her captor in court, her words echoed with defiance and resilience, a beacon of light in the darkness that Mercer had tried to ensnare them in. The legacy of the case transformed investigative procedures, emphasizing the importance of understanding relationship dynamics and scrutinizing rental properties for clues. Detective Shaw kept a piece of the closet door from Emma's apartment as a somber reminder of the horrors that can lurk behind closed doors, a testament to the resilience of those who fight to survive even in the darkest of times. Story 11. In the quiet of the night, a flicker danced across the baby monitor screen, a fleeting anomaly that caught the mother's attention. At first, she brushed it off as mere interference, a glitch in the technology that often plagued modern devices. But then the tranquility shattered as the audio crackled and a voice, soft and insidious, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A shiver ran down the mother's spine, her blood turning cold as she strained to comprehend the impossible. With a racing heart, she dashed to her son's room, the urgency of a mother's love propelling her forward. But as she flung open the door, her worst fears materialized. The crib stood empty, a gaping maw of absence in the dimly lit room. Panic clawed at her chest as she scanned the room frantically. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The only anomaly in the room was a plush rabbit lying discarded on the floor, its glassy eyes fixed on her in an eerie, unblinking stare. In a frenzy of terror, Rebecca's scream pierced the night, a raw, primal sound of anguish that echoed through the silent house. The neighbors, roused from their slumber, dialed emergency services, their concern palpable in the stillness of the night. When the authorities arrived, they found Rebecca cradling the stuffed rabbit, her eyes wide with disbelief, rocking back and forth on the nursery floor in a trance-like state. Samuel, her precious 4-month-old infant, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that swallowed her whole. The investigation that followed was shrouded in mystery, a puzzle with missing pieces that confounded even the most seasoned detectives. No signs of forced entry marred the pristine facade of the house, the security system standing as a silent sentinel throughout the night. As suspicions mounted, casting shadows on the grieving mother, whispers of doubt slithered through the community like a poisonous vine. Rebecca, with her haunted eyes and shattered demeanor, became the focal point of scrutiny, her every move dissected under the harsh glare of suspicion. But then a glimmer of hope emerged from the darkness. The forensic team unearthed microscopic fibers on the nursery windowsill, delicate strands that whispered of an intruder's clandestine entry. A rare type of climbing rope, foreign to the household, hinted at a skilled trespasser scaling the walls under the cloak of night. The focus shifted, unveiling a web of deceit and betrayal that lurked beneath the surface. Daniel, the absent husband with secrets buried deep, returned to a storm of accusations and unanswered questions. His hands bore the telltale marks of a climber, his alibi crumbling under the weight of scrutiny. As the layers were peeled back, a chilling revelation came to light. Daniel's hidden life unfurled like a sinister tapestry, woven with threads of deception and greed. A second family, a twisted alliance with a past that refused to stay buried, painted a picture of duplicity that stained the very fabric of trust. But the truth, elusive and cunning, lay dormant in the heart of technology. The baby monitor, a silent witness to the night's horrors, held the key to unlocking the mystery. Its digital fingerprints led investigators to a basement, a clandestine lair where a woman named Elaine tended to a child that was not her own. Elaine, with vacant eyes and a past steeped in tragedy, crumbled under the weight of her guilt as the handcuffs closed around her wrists. The ties that bound her to Daniel, a twisted bond forged in loss and desperation, unraveled in the harsh light of justice. And as the trial unfolded, revealing the depths of human depravity, the baby monitor spoke its final truth. In the hushed courtroom, the enhanced audio echoed with a chilling clarity, capturing not only the whispered command that shattered a mother's world, but also the unmistakable cough of a man whose facade had finally crumbled. Justice, swift and unforgiving, meted out its verdict as Daniel and Elaine faced the consequences of their malevolent actions. Rebecca, with her son safe in her arms once more, retreated from the limelight, seeking solace in a world free from the shadows of the past. The case, a cautionary tale of betrayal and redemption, echoed through the corridors of law enforcement, a stark reminder of the dangers that lurked in the digital realm. Samuel, now oblivious to the darkness that once threatened to consume him, grew up in the light of a new dawn, his future unmarred by the ghosts of the past. And as Rebecca tucked away the stuffed rabbit, its glassy eyes forever frozen in silent witness, she knew that some truths were too painful to confront, too haunting to bear. The baby monitor, with its whispered secrets and unerring gaze, stood as a sentinel of the night, a guardian of the unspoken truths that lingered in the shadows. Story 12. The realtor's listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints, carefully examined, revealed no trace of it. Yet as the family unraveled the worn carpet, they stumbled upon a concealed door. Its handle, heavy and rusted, resisted their initial attempts to open it. With combined effort, they managed to pry it ajar. A rush of stale air, thick with the scent of damp earth, greeted them as they peered into the darkness below. Descending the steps, they anticipated a storage space, but what they found was far from mundane. A solitary chair occupied the center of the room, bathed in the faint glow of a swaying light bulb above. And on the wall behind the chair, a chilling sight awaited them, a series of photographs, capturing moments from their own lives. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban abode during a wintry season, when shadows stretched long and the leafless trees loomed stark against the cold sky. The aging structure, with its weathered exterior and creaking floors, had beckoned to them with promises of character and history. Little did they realize the depth of history within those walls and how violently it would intertwine with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property alongside her partner, finding the crime scene unit already at work, cordoning off the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's distress had prompted the call, her voice quivering as she recounted the unsettling discovery beneath their own living space. "We must document every detail before further exploration," Connors instructed, donning latex gloves with practiced efficiency. The flash of cameras illuminated the stairway as the forensic team meticulously captured the scene. Each creak of the wooden steps echoed in the confined space below. The basement, compact and shadowed, resembled a standard bedroom, its concrete walls painted a somber gray. The lone chair, secured to the floor, sat beneath the harsh glare of the bare bulb, casting eerie shadows across the room. Yet it was the line of photographs that demanded attention. 37 images, meticulously arranged in a timeline. "These date back nearly 4 weeks," Connor's partner observed, scrutinizing the timestamps on the prints. Look here, Mrs. Mercer asleep, Mr. Mercer at the table, the children in their rooms. The investigation unearthed no signs of forced entry, no shattered windows, no tampered locks. The security system had remained silent. Nothing tangible had been stolen, yet a profound invasion of privacy had occurred, shattering the family's sense of security. Forensic analysis revealed a multitude of fingerprints, many belonging to the previous owners of the property. Records unveiled a turbulent history of ownership changes, each family departing within a year, selling at reduced prices. Curiously, none had ever mentioned the hidden basement. "We must interview every former owner," Connors directed, flipping through her notes. As the investigation delved deeper, unsettling revelations emerged. Property records bore anomalies, blueprints altered between transactions, permits submitted and retracted, inspection reports marred by redactions. The breakthrough came during an interview with the contractor who had overseen renovations 7 years prior. His pallor drained at the sight of the basement photos. "That chamber isn't real," he insisted, hands trembling. "I stripped that area down to its foundation. No basement, no door, nothing beneath but earth and concrete." Digital forensics unveiled a trove of images from the memory card concealed within the light fixture. Countless snapshots adorned the evidence boards not solely of the Mercers, but of past families as well. Children slumbering, parents in conflict, intimate moments, and mundane routines, all surreptitiously captured by an unseen presence. The investigation took a darker turn when audio files surfaced from a weatherproof box concealed in the basement corner. Conversations from the master bedroom, the kitchen, the living room recorded with remarkable clarity, hinting at hidden microphones strategically placed throughout the house. "We must inspect every inch," Connors urged, her tone laced with urgency. "Ventilation shafts, light fixtures, electrical outlets. The perpetrator has observed these families for years." Beyond the photograph wall, investigators unveiled a narrow passageway leading to a covert monitoring post. A desk, a chair, a laptop linked to an array of wireless cameras, and a journal, its pages meticulously detailing the lives of every household that had resided there. Routines, quirks, disputes, vulnerabilities, all meticulously chronicled by the property's original builder, a man named Edward Kelvin. Public records indicated his demise during the house's construction, a fact that grew increasingly dubious as the inquiry progressed. No official record of death, no funeral arrangements. Edward Kelvin had seemingly vanished from existence. His journal entries spiraled into delirium, echoing phrases like, "They never look beneath, and they never acknowledge me." The final page bore a chilling declaration: "The next occupants arrive tomorrow." Fingerprint comparisons confirmed the suspicion Edward Kelvin had never departed the house he had crafted. He had retreated into its hidden recesses, constructing a labyrinth of surveillance points from which to observe the families dwelling within. The pursuit spanned 3 days, culminating in the discovery of Kelvin nestled within a crawlspace between upper-level chambers. His emaciated frame, accustomed to navigating the narrow passages he had devised, blinked in the glare of flashlights. During interrogation, Kelvin spoke of the families as if they were players in his private drama. He described his observations with a detached, scientific air, asserting he had never physically intruded upon their lives. "They welcomed me in," he murmured to investigators, his voice eerily composed. "They signed the deeds, they became mine." Psychological evaluations diagnosed Kelvin with severe delusions, perceiving himself not as a trespasser, but as a custodian of the residence. To him, the families were transient guests in what he deemed his eternal domain. The Mercers chose never to return, departing abruptly with only essentials in tow. As the case proceeded through legal channels, the trial laid bare the extent of Kelvin's surveillance apparatus, hidden chambers accessible solely through crawl spaces, covert vantage points integrated into the building's framework, all meticulously devised prior to construction. The house had been designed as a voyeuristic apparatus, its inhabitants unwitting subjects in Kelvin's compulsive documentation. Unfazed by the jury's verdict, Kelvin retreated into the recesses of his mind, navigating the phantom corridors of a house now relegated to memory. Ultimately, the property was razed, its subterranean secrets excavated and sealed. Yet, for the families who had dwelt within its walls, the specter of violation persisted. They remained haunted not by what had been taken from them, but by what had eluded their awareness, watchful eyes, listening ears, recording their private moments from within the very structure they had trusted for refuge. In moments of solitude, they found themselves casting furtive glances at air vents, light fixtures, the junctures where walls met ceilings, pondering if they were truly solitary now, pondering if they ever had been. Story 13. She never fancied ascending to the attic, but when the storm prompted a leak in the roof, she had no alternative. The attic was a realm of forgotten treasures, cloaked in dust and cobwebs. Nestled in the farthest nook rested an ancient dollhouse, intricately detailed, its petite furnishings arranged with precision. Yet as she peered into its miniature world, a knot twisted in her stomach. The figures within were not mere dolls. They were diminutive, meticulously carved replicas of her kin. Each figure meticulously placed, mirroring the exact positions of her family members downstairs, save for one. The figure meant to represent her stood by the attic portal. Rebecca Morgan trailed her finger along the roof of the dollhouse, sensing the groove where the tiny wooden figure stood. The revelation sent a shiver down her spine, unrelated to the chilly draft whispering through the rafters. The dollhouse had no place there. This wasn't her childhood abode, but a rental dwelling her family had recently inhabited. The saga commenced with Rebecca's frantic call to the authorities. Officers arrived at the suburban abode to find a family in distress, gathered in their living space, hesitant to venture upstairs. The lead investigator, Detective Sarah Harmon, initially brushed off their qualms as an elaborate hoax, or perhaps the product of vivid imaginations acclimating to a new abode. The attention to detail is what struck me, Detective Harmon later recounted in interviews. Each tiny figurine captured a unique aspect of each family member: the father's receding hairline, the teenage son's hoodie, even the small birthmark on the mother's hand. The course of the investigation altered when forensic teams detected fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match any family member. Even more disconcerting were the minuscule cameras discovered embedded in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated recording system concealed beneath the dollhouse itself. Examination of the Morgan family's movements in the days prior unveiled an unsettling trend. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse not only mirrored where the family had been seated that evening, but replicated precise postures from various days, indicating someone had been observing them long enough to learn their routines. We realized this was more than a mere case of stalking, elucidated Detective Harmon. The perpetrator exhibited a level of fixation rarely seen in criminal psychology literature. The investigation unveiled a covert entry to the basement, concealed behind a false panel in the pantry. Inside, investigators unearthed a makeshift living area with evidence indicating someone had been dwelling there before the Morgans' arrival. Discarded food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag suggested the intruder had been residing below the family for weeks. What confounded investigators most was the absence of forced entry. Property records divulged the house had sat empty for nearly a year before the Morgans' tenancy. The previous proprietors, an elderly couple, had both passed away within months of each other. Their son had managed the sale of the estate and subsequent rental of the property. Interrogations with neighbors yielded scant information. Most had noticed nothing out of the ordinary, though one elderly lady mentioned sporadically spotting lights in the house during its vacancy. I presumed it was the real estate folks showcasing the property, she recounted to investigators. It never occurred to me that someone might be living there without authorization. The breakthrough came via digital forensics. Examination of the surveillance system linked to the miniature cameras led analysts to discover that the data was being transmitted to an external server. The IP address guided investigators to a modest apartment across town. Within, they found walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and past occupants of the house. Diary entries meticulously chronicled the daily routines of each family member with unsettling accuracy. The most chilling find was a workshop brimming with partially constructed dollhouses, each representing distinct homes in the vicinity. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners. His financial records indicated mounting debt following his parents' demise. Instead of selling the house outright, he had fashioned a concealed living space, continuing to dwell there while collecting rent from unsuspecting occupants. The dollhouse was his command center, expounded the forensic psychologist assigned to the case. Each figurine symbolized someone he monitored. Rebecca's figure by the attic door was not a menace, it was his way of acknowledging her discovery of his surveillance system. During questioning, Wells remained unnervingly composed as he elucidated his rationale. They were living in my house, sleeping in my parents' chamber. I needed to ensure they were treating it with reverence. When probed about the positioned figures, he merely stated, I wanted them to comprehend that I was always watching. The psychological evaluation unveiled a convoluted case of possessive delusion. Wells could not emotionally grapple with relinquishing his childhood abode and devised an intricate system to retain dominion over it. The dollhouse had morphed into his means of laying claim to both the property and its inhabitants. The Morgan family never set foot in the house again. Rebecca later reminisced that the most haunting moment wasn't discovering the dollhouse but comprehending its implications. Someone had been observing us all along, measuring our existence, reducing us to playthings. The actual horror wasn't the dollhouse itself, it was realizing that in his mind, we were mere dolls to be arranged and scrutinized. Wells faced multiple charges including stalking, invasion of privacy, illicit surveillance, and unlawful entry. The case spurred a reassessment of real estate disclosure laws regarding deaths on properties and the obligation of agents to ensure homes are vacated appropriately before new occupants move in. During sentencing, the judge highlighted the egregious violation the Morgan family had endured. You didn't just invade their abode, you invaded their sense of security and independence. You witnessed their most intimate moments and replicated them for your amusement. What makes this case particularly unsettling to criminologists is how long Wells might have persisted undetected if Rebecca had not stumbled upon the dollhouse. Forensic scrutiny of his diaries suggested he had been covertly residing within homes for nearly 2 years, migrating from one property to another, crafting dollhouses for each family under surveillance. The Morgan family eventually settled in a new abode far away, yet Rebecca confessed in her victim impact statement that she still inspects closets and crawl spaces routinely. She purged their new residence of all dollhouses and miniatures. Some days I still sense as though I am being observed, she confided. I ponder if somewhere, someone is still manipulating a diminutive version of me within a dollhouse I have yet to uncover. Story 14. The hotel sat quietly, a forgotten relic of a bygone era, its faded sign barely visible under the flickering neon lights. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, where people passed through but rarely lingered. The clerk behind the front desk had a weary look in his eyes as he handed her the key, a glint of something unspoken in his gaze. "Just don't take the last door on the left," he whispered, his voice barely above a murmur. Intrigue stirred within her as she accepted the key, feeling its weight in her palm. That night the hallway stretched before her like a tunnel into the unknown, bathed in a soft, flickering light that cast long shadows on the worn carpet. As she walked, each step echoing faintly in the stillness, she couldn't shake the clerk's warning from her mind. When she reached the last door on the left, she hesitated, her hand hovering over the icy-cold handle. The door appeared no different from the others lining the corridor, but as she pressed her ear against it, a shiver ran down her spine. There was something on the other side, a presence that seemed to breathe in sync with her own heartbeat. In another place, Detective Morgan Reed found herself standing in a room suffused with a heavy scent of copper, the tang of blood thick in the air. The scene before her was a stark tableau of violence and death, a young woman's life extinguished in a single, brutal act. The victim lay sprawled on the floor, a silent witness to the horrors of the night. Reed knelt beside her, the chill of the room seeping through her skin as she studied the scene with a practiced eye. The forensic technician moved methodically around the room, capturing every detail in his camera's lens. "Third one this season," he remarked, his voice devoid of emotion. Reed nodded in silent acknowledgement, her mind already racing with the implications of this latest murder. The victim's elegant attire clashed with the dingy surroundings, a stark contrast that spoke of a life abruptly cut short. This was no random act of violence. This was a calculated, deliberate killing. Back at the station, Reed pinned up photographs on the corkboard, each image a piece of a puzzle that refused to fit together. 3 women, 3 lives ended in the shadows of cheap motels. The whispers of a predator on the loose grew louder, the community gripped by fear and speculation. As the days blurred into one another, Reed delved deeper into the darkness that surrounded the case, seeking answers in the shadows. A breakthrough came when a name surfaced, a man known only as C. Through painstaking investigation, Reed uncovered a web of deceit and betrayal that led her to Charles Emerson, a man whose polished exterior belied the darkness within. The trail of evidence pointed inexorably to him, each piece fitting into place with chilling precision. Emerson's facade crumbled under the weight of truth, revealing a monster hiding in plain sight. The trial was a spectacle, a glimpse into the heart of darkness that lurked beneath the surface of a seemingly ordinary life. Emerson's conviction brought a measure of closure to the families of the victims, but for Reed the case lingered like a shadow, a reminder of the fragile boundary between light and darkness. As she walked down hotel hallways in the dead of night, she couldn't help but wonder what secrets lay behind each closed door, what whispered truths echoed in the silence. In the evidence locker, 3 hotel keys rested, each one a symbol of lives lost and justice served. They were a reminder that some doors, once opened, could never be closed again, their secrets seeping into the fabric of reality like shadows in the night. And so, the door on the left case faded into memory, a cautionary tale of the monsters that lurked in the most unexpected of places, waiting to be unmasked in the stillness of the night. Story 15. The worn envelope exuded an air of antiquity, its corners tinged with age, yet the postage stamp gleamed fresh as if it had just embarked on its journey. With meticulous care, the detective unfolded the letter within. A single sheet of paper greeted her, bearing a message typed in a rushed, uneven script. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper felt damp to the touch, a faint scent of iron lingering in the air. It was only upon closer inspection that the reddish smear along the edge caught her eye. Not ink but blood, Detective Sarah Morgan swiftly secured the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved hands maneuvering with expert precision. The forensic team's analysis confirmed her suspicions the crimson stain was human blood, a chilling match to DNA from an unsolved homicide that had plagued the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, a tragic tableau of stab wounds. Her laptop missing, notes strewn about, hinting at a connection between the attack and the investigative story she had been pursuing. Despite exhaustive efforts, the case had grown cold until this ominous letter arrived at the precinct bearing a simple address: Homicide Division. Scant fingerprints on the paper and envelope hinted that the sender had been cautious, perhaps wearing gloves. The postmark, however, provided a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness that had shrouded the investigation for so long. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Morgan faced the array of unsolved mysteries depicted on the walls. Amidst the sea of clues that led nowhere, she affixed the image of the letter at the heart of the board. "This changes everything," she intoned softly. Our perpetrator shows signs of remorse. Detective James Chen, her stalwart partner in this relentless pursuit, scrutinized the letter thoughtfully. "Or perhaps it's a ruse," he proposed, the blood a theatrical touch, a macabre taunt. Delving deeper, the forensic team traced the unique typewriter impressions to a model long out of production, a relic from a bygone era, rare but not beyond reach. Across the region, antique shops and collectors were contacted in a race against time. Simultaneously, they delved into Rebecca's life, unearthing her unwavering dedication to unveiling corruption. A recent assignment had entangled her in the affairs of a prominent family with ties to local politics. Following a patriarch's passing, a bitter dispute over inheritance had emerged, siblings embroiled in accusations of deceit and manipulation. Interviews with Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, unveiled subtle shifts in demeanor, his unease palpable. Rebecca spoke of being followed, he confessed. "I dismissed it as paranoia, a byproduct of her investigations. I should have listened." As the detectives pursued this lead, a second missive arrived, bearing the same typewritten message, the same telltale bloodstain. This time the confession was longer, more damning. She uncovered too much about the family, the inheritance, what transpired with the patriarch. "I never intended for it to escalate." The trail led them to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where the eldest son, Richard, resided amidst a collection of antiquities, including vintage typewriters. His explanations rang hollow, rehearsed. The breakthrough emerged with the revelation of microscopic fibers on the envelopes, linking them to custom stationery exclusive to the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. A search of Richard's abode unveiled a hidden chamber, a trove of incriminating evidence, a vintage typewriter, surveillance materials, and clippings about Rebecca. The blood, upon analysis, bore Rebecca's genetic signature. Unforeseen was the link between Richard and Michael, financial records exposing clandestine transactions preceding Rebecca's demise. Confronted, Michael crumbled. She had proof of Richard's foul play in his father's demise, he confessed. "I informed Richard, hoping to intimidate her into silence. I never fathomed he would resort to murder." Eleanor stepped forth with a damning recording, capturing Richard and Michael plotting Rebecca's demise. Richard's voice unmistakable. She must be silenced for good. Attempting to flee, Richard was apprehended. The prosecution wove a narrative around the letters, the typewriter, the financial exchanges, and Eleanor's damning evidence. Michael, in a plea agreement, corroborated the unfolding tale. Throughout the trial, Richard maintained his innocence, deflected blame onto Michael. But the weight of evidence bore down inexorably. The jury's deliberation was brief, a swift verdict of guilt pronounced. As Richard was led away, shackled and defeated, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's grieving parents. Though their loss remained irreparable, the verdict offered a modicum of solace. The blood-stained letters lingered in evidence, a somber reminder that even the most meticulously laid plans leave traces behind. Remorse, whether genuine or contrived, emerged as the undoing of those who believed themselves architects of the perfect crime. Rebecca Warren's case, a cautionary tale in the annals of detective lore, underscored that sometimes the key to unlocking a mystery lay not in sophisticated forensics, but in the whispers of an old typewriter and the burden of guilt that shadows a killer's soul. Story 16. In the quiet town, whispers of a house on the edge of the woods drifted like mist, never spoken aloud. It stood solitary, a relic of forgotten time, its windows veiled in darkness, its porch weary from the weight of years gone by. No one claimed ownership, no memory lingered of its builder. Yet when a band of wanderers strayed too near, they beheld an eerie sight, names etched into the wooden walls, carved deep as if foretelling a cryptic tale. And at the end of the list, fresh and untouched, a name unknown to any but one. A name that stirred a shiver of recognition among the group, a name that belonged to one of them, though none could fathom how. "That's mine," one whispered, voice quivering with uncertainty. As night draped the forest in obsidian hues, a call pierced the silence, a mundane report of trespassing, or so it seemed. Mason Wright, the lead hiker who had stumbled upon his own name etched into the abandoned dwelling, spoke to the dispatch with a tremor in his voice. Responding officers anticipated a simple case of mischief, a youthful prank perhaps, but what awaited them defied logic and reason. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as shadows danced with her flashlight's beam, revealing the weathered façade of the enigmatic structure. The names 27 in all etched vertically on the eastern wall, some fading into obscurity, others sharp as if carved yesterday. And at the base, Mason Wright, the incision still redolent of fresh timber. "I've never set foot here before," Mason insisted, his words mingling with frosty breath in the chill night air. "How could anyone know my name?" Thus began the inquiry, delving into the backgrounds of each name inscribed. The findings sent a chill through the detective team. Every name belonged to a soul reported missing over the past 40 years, vanishing while hiking alone. Some cases lay cold, forgotten, while others remained open, a haunting reminder of unresolved mysteries. Forensic experts meticulously documented the carvings, scrutinizing depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, tied to a disappearance from decades past, recounted a tale of a young woman swallowed by these woods, never to return. Search efforts yielded only a lone boot by a babbling brook. Mason's alibi remained steadfast under the detective's scrutiny. His companions came next under the investigative lens. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, presented snapshots from their trek, revealing a disquieting presence, a blurred figure haunting the fringes of 3 photographs, a specter unseen by their naked eyes. Detective Keller's directive led to an exploration of the forsaken house's interior. Dust cloaked every surface, furniture in disarray, yet in the cellar a macabre tableau awaited discovery. Personal effects of the missing hikers lined shelves meticulously, each item bearing a name from the wall outside. Watches ticked in silence, backpacks slumped, cameras gazed sightlessly, wallets barren. Bloodstains, long attempted to be scrubbed away, whispered of untold horrors. As the investigation deepened, Mason's demeanor grew erratic. Whispers echoed outside his abode, mysterious footprints traced paths in fresh snow, and elusive figures lurked in the shadows. Protection was assigned, yet paranoia gripped him tighter. A breakthrough surfaced in long-buried land records, unveiling the house's reclusive owner, Victor Blackwood, a phantom of the past. His dwelling revealed a chilling secret, a hidden journal chronicling Hunter's observations, evolving into a sinister catalog of human prey, detailing their fates with meticulous precision. The manhunt for Blackwood spanned jurisdictions, aerial searches scouring the forest, yet the elusive figure eluded capture. Mason vanished into thin air, leaving behind a foreboding message scrawled on his bedroom wall. Weeks passed with no trace of Mason, until a sinister workshop was unearthed in Blackwood's abode, harboring tools and a freshly carved name, a name belonging to the missing technician who had processed the house. Surveillance ensnared the dwelling, awaiting the hunter's return. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall and gaunt, moving with unnatural grace. But as teams closed in, the figure vanished, leaving only whispers in the wind. The house stands under vigilant watch, a specter of unsolved disappearances. Mason and the technician remain lost to the forest's embrace, their fate a mystery that lingers. The investigation persists, drawing resources anew as tales of vanishing hikers echo through wooded realms. The names on the wall, a grim legend among law enforcers, remain unspoken, a haunting reminder of the unexplained. And local hikers skirt the house's periphery, wary of invoking a curse that might consign their names to that chilling list, the names unspoken. Story 17, The Enigmatic Manor. The new owners brushed off the peculiar crackling of the vintage intercom system in their Victorian manor as an endearing quirk. Late at night, the static whispered like a ghost of the past, a remnant of a bygone era. It had been rewired but left to fade into obscurity. But one fateful night, curiosity got the best of the husband. With a hesitant press of the button, a whisper echoed through the ancient speaker, chilling his bones. "Why did you come back?" The words hung in the air, sending shivers down his spine. Startled, he turned to his wife, only to find her equally unsettled. Her whisper, barely audible, denied any knowledge of the eerie message that had pierced the silence. The manor, nestled among ancient oak trees, seemed to hold its breath, its weathered facade concealing the secrets within its walls. Daniel and Meredith Parker, the new homeowners, had been drawn to the property by its history and charm. Despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the showing, they had been captivated by the intercom system that connected all the rooms, a relic of the past that spoke of a time long forgotten. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor in her unmarked car, the gravel crunching beneath the tires signaling her approach. The call about a possible break-in had an undertone of something more sinister, a mystery waiting to be unraveled. Daniel, with a pallor that betrayed his unease, recounted the strange occurrences that had led them to seek help. "It all started with the intercom," he explained, his voice barely above a whisper. As they moved through the grand foyer, he recounted the progression from static to whispers to coherent sentences that seemed to materialize from thin air. Meredith, her grip tight on a steaming mug that remained untouched, revealed the discovery that had sent chills down their spines. Behind a wall in the kitchen pantry, hidden from sight, they had found a small journal wrapped in deteriorating plastic. The words within, penned by a woman named Alina, painted a haunting picture of fear and suspicion towards her husband, Vincent. The entries, elegant yet frantic, hinted at a darkness that had long been concealed within the manor's walls. The truth began to surface as Detective Reeves delved into the history of the property. Vincent and Alina Blackwood, the previous owners, had a tumultuous past that ended in mystery and tragedy. Vincent's actions after Alina's disappearance raised suspicions that led to a chilling discovery beneath the garden shed a skeleton bearing signs of violence, wearing a gold wedding band inscribed with the words, "To Alina, my eternal love." The pieces of the puzzle fell into place as Vincent Blackwood's past deeds came to light. His confession, delivered with an eerie calmness, revealed a carefully crafted facade of deceit and betrayal. Aliner's voice, carried through the intercom he had tried to silence, had lingered as a haunting reminder of his crimes. Vincent's trial was swift, his guilt undeniable. The judge's words echoed the calculated cruelty that had spanned decades, the web of lies that had ensnared all who had crossed his path. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the manor's dark past, made the decision to part ways with the property, leaving behind the echoes of Aliner's untold story. Before their departure, they held a solemn ceremony in the garden, a tribute to the woman who had been silenced for so long. The intercom system, once a source of mystery and dread, was removed by the new owners, its whispers fading into the echoes of the past. Detective Reeves, as she closed the case file for the last time, felt a sense of closure wash over her. The manor, with its hidden truths and restless spirits, had found a voice through the unraveling of its secrets. The legacy of the house that answered back would linger in the annals of local law enforcement, a reminder of the power of the past to shape the present. As she drove past the manor on her way home, a sense of peace settled upon her. The whispers that once haunted the halls had quieted, the secrets of the past finally laid to rest. The wind carried a faint echo of a long-forgotten voice, a whisper of gratitude from a soul finally set free. Story 18. The quaint costume shop, its shelves bare and dust dancing in the fading sunlight, was in its final days. An air of nostalgia clung to the atmosphere as old relics found new homes. Among the remnants of forgotten disguises, a woman with a curious spirit picked up a mask. Delicately crafted yet possessing an eerie lifelike quality, it seemed to hold a mystery within its features. As she approached the counter to make her purchase, the cashier's eyes widened in hesitation. "That's not ours," he muttered under his breath, puzzled by the mask's sudden appearance. The woman, undeterred by his cryptic remark, inspected the mask only to find no identifying tag. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to take it home, unaware of the enigmatic journey awaiting her. That fateful night, she was stirred from slumber by a soft sound, like a whisper of fabric shifting in the darkness. Her heart quickened as she realized the mask was no longer resting on the dresser where she had left it. Instead, it sat ominously on her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her in the dim moonlight. The woman, known as Catherine Reed, was later discovered by her concerned neighbor. The front door stood slightly ajar, allowing the gentle morning light to spill into the otherwise silent home. Expecting a simple visit to return a borrowed book, the neighbor was met with a chilling scene that would puzzle investigators for years to come. Catherine lay lifeless on her bedroom floor, the mysterious mask nowhere to be seen. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene, where forensics meticulously documented every detail. The click of camera shutters punctuated the hushed tones of the investigative team as they combed through the perplexing evidence before them. "Not a trace of forced entry," remarked an officer, jotting down notes in his pad. The detective, with keen eyes that absorbed every nuance of the room, noticed subtle clues that hinted at a deeper mystery. A partially open drawer, a lipstick-stained water glass on the nightstand, seemingly ordinary elements now cast in a sinister light by the tragedy that had unfolded. The medical examiner, with a solemn expression, noted the absence of visible wounds or signs of struggle on Catherine's body. "The cause of death eludes initial inspection," he murmured, drawing attention to the frozen mask of terror etched onto her features. As Detective Morgan knelt beside the victim, a chilling realization crept over her. Something instilled such fear in her that her very heart ceased to beat. Catherine, known for her discerning eye as an art appraiser, had led a quiet existence marked by a passion for authenticity. Colleagues recalled her uncanny ability to spot inconsistencies and forgeries with unmatched precision. Could this gift have unwittingly led her into the clutches of a malevolent force lurking behind the mask she had brought into her home? Security footage from the now-shuttered costume shop revealed a perplexing interaction. The cashier's genuine bewilderment at the mask's presence, coupled with the owner's adamant denial of ever stocking such an item, added another layer of intrigue to the unfolding mystery. A visit to the shop owner shed light on a darker truth veiled in the mask's origins. The mask had materialized during a clearance sale, its origins shrouded in uncertainty. The owner confessed to sporadic occurrences of inexplicable phenomena tied to items obtained from the estate sale of a collector whose demise remained steeped in enigma. A breakthrough emerged when forensics unearthed microscopic fibers embedded in Catherine's fingertips. An analysis revealed a peculiar composition, part human hair, part organic substance defying identification in any known database. Each strand whispered of a hidden past, linking Catherine to a lineage of tragic souls ensnared by the same malevolent force. The investigation unraveled a tapestry of inexplicable deaths spanning decades, each victim's demise mirroring Catherine's in its perplexing finality. A retired detective, a keeper of untold secrets, shared a revelation that transcended the boundaries of conventional understanding. Seated in a dimly lit room, he passed a weathered file across the table, revealing arcane symbols hidden within each mask, a cryptic connection to a ritual of soul transference that defied rational explanation. The truth, veiled in ancient lore, hinted at a sinister force that traversed time and claimed unsuspecting hosts in its relentless pursuit. A pivotal discovery emerged from the shadows of Catherine's own home, a journal clandestinely tucked behind a loose baseboard. Her frantic entries chronicled a descent into terror as she unraveled the mask's sinister legacy, connecting it to a lineage of tragic deaths echoing through centuries. The mask moves, her trembling words inscribed on the pages. It watches, it waits. The collector, the masks, each a vessel for a malevolent entity seeking new life at the cost of the living. Her final plea for understanding echoed beyond the confines of her tragic fate, a warning etched in desperation. With the pieces of the puzzle falling into place, the cause of Catherine's demise was unveiled, a fatal cardiac arrest induced by unbridled terror, a fear so profound it eclipsed the boundaries of mortal comprehension. What specter could invoke such paralyzing dread that it stilled a beating heart? The investigation took a harrowing turn as surveillance footage revealed a chilling figure, donned in the mask's haunting visage, departing Catherine's home under the shroud of night. A macabre mimicry of her movements, mechanical and wrong, hinted at a grim reality, a malevolent force wearing human guise in a perverse dance of death. An alert was issued for the missing mask, yet its elusive presence remained a ghostly specter, evading capture until whispers emerged of its reappearance in a distant vintage shop. By the time investigators arrived, it had slipped into unknown hands, its trail vanishing like a wisp of smoke in the night. The case, shrouded in unanswered questions and unspeakable truths, lingered in the shadows of official records. The detective, keeper of Catherine's journal and bearer of a burden too dark to share, found herself haunted by the specter of the mask's legacy. In the stillness of night, she awoke to a sense of foreboding. a whisper of unseen eyes tracing her every move. Securing her windows and locking her doors, she sought solace in the knowledge that the mask, a harbinger of unspeakable horrors, awaited its next unwitting victim in the shadows of obscurity. The vessel of malevolence, dormant yet restless, bided its time, moving unseen through the tapestry of existence, a silent predator hungering for the essence of life that pulsed behind human eyes. And as the world slumbered, unaware of the lurking darkness, the mask awaited its next fateful encounter, a dance of death and destiny that transcended the boundaries of mortal understanding. Story 19. In the stillness of the night, a mysterious parcel arrived in the mail of a suburban home, shrouded in secrecy with no sender to claim it. Inside, nestled within a plain envelope, rested a single brass key, its once gleaming surface now weathered by the passage of time. The homeowner, a woman named Sarah Miller, felt a strange sense of déjà vu upon holding it, though she couldn't place why. Curiosity tugging at her, Sarah began to test the key in every lock within her house, yet none yielded to its touch. It was as if the key belonged to a world beyond her own. Perplexed, she set it down on her coffee table, and in that moment the ancient grandfather clock in the hallway stirred to life with a solitary, haunting chime, despite its inner mechanisms having long fallen silent. Puzzled and unnerved by this inexplicable turn of events, Sarah decided to seek the advice of the authorities. As she relayed the strange tale of the key, what seemed like a mere oddity soon unfurled into a chilling investigation that would shake the very foundation of the tranquil neighborhood. Initially met with skepticism, the responding officer dismissed Sarah's concerns as a trivial matter, a key mistakenly sent. But Sarah's intuition whispered of darker truths lurking beneath the surface. Reluctantly, the officer accepted the key as evidence, sealing it within a small bag that would unknowingly become the linchpin of a sprawling inquiry. Enter Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator from the Special Victims Unit. With a keen eye honed by years of experience, Harmon sensed that this peculiar key held secrets far more sinister than met the eye. As the brass key sat innocuously on his desk, its presence exuded an eerie aura that sent shivers down his spine. Delving into Sarah's background, investigators found no hint of malice or deceit. She was a retired teacher, a widow, a mother, her life an open book with no chapters of darkness. Yet the key's enigma persisted, refusing to yield its secrets. A breakthrough emerged when Harmon decided to cross-reference the key's unique design with the department's archives. A match surfaced from a cold case long forgotten, a storage unit linked to harrowing discoveries of violence and unspeakable acts against women. The key bore a connection to a past stained with blood and shadows. As Harmon unearthed the chilling past, the investigation took a darker turn. Sarah, innocent and unsuspecting, found herself entangled in a web of malevolence woven by a man named Harold Jenkins, a phantom from her past, a specter of terror. Jenkins, a ghostly figure with a trail of obscurity in his wake, had once roamed the same streets as Sarah, a neighbor cloaked in anonymity. His past, a tapestry of lies and hidden truths, unfurled before the investigators like a macabre puzzle waiting to be solved. The hunt for Jenkins intensified as each piece of the puzzle fell into place. His shadow loomed large, casting fear and uncertainty over the once peaceful neighborhood. Sarah, now a reluctant player in a deadly game, fortified her home against unseen threats, the weight of impending danger heavy on her shoulders. The revelation of a hidden chamber, filled with keys bearing names of the lost and the forgotten, sent shockwaves through the community. Jenkins' lair, a shrine to his atrocities, whispered of horrors unimaginable, of lives cut short by a man consumed by darkness. The manhunt for Jenkins reached a fever pitch, a race against time to stop a predator in his tracks. The wilderness echoed with the footsteps of those seeking justice, their resolve unwavering in the face of evil. In a final, fateful confrontation, Jenkins chose his own end over capture, leaving behind a legacy of terror and despair. His journal, a chronicle of his depravity, spoke of twisted obsessions and a chilling fixation on Sarah, a woman unknowingly caught in the crosshairs of a predator's gaze. The aftermath brought closure to families long haunted by uncertainty, yet the scars left by Jenkins' reign of terror ran deep. Sarah, forever changed by the horrors that had touched her life, found solace in the knowledge that justice had been served, even at a harrowing cost. As the grandfather clock's chime faded into memory, its hollow echo a reminder of the darkness that once lurked within the shadows, the community sought to heal from the wounds inflicted by a man known as the Keymaster. And in the quiet of the night, the brass keys sat silent in their chamber of secrets, bearing witness to the fragile line between ordinary life and the unfathomable depths of evil that lie beneath. Story 20, the vacant house held a silent mystery untouched by time. Whispers from the neighbors hinted at a young woman who disappeared, leaving the rooms abandoned. When the new tenants crossed the threshold, they were met with a peculiar sight, a locked bedroom untouched for years. With cautious curiosity, they forced the door open, revealing a world frozen in solitude. The air hung heavy with neglect, a shroud of dust covering every surface. Yet amidst the stillness, a subtle unease lingered. The room spoke of secrets kept hidden in plain sight. The bed was neatly made, the mirror devoid of smudges. A lone candle stood as a sentinel, its essence extinguished, leaving behind hardened tears of wax. And there upon the desk lay a notebook, its pages whispering untold truths. Detective Morgan, a seeker of shadows, delved into the notebook's depths as forensic whispers danced around the room, searching for echoes of the past. The words within belonged to Elise Winters, a phantom of 26 years, vanished without a trace. In ink that seemed to bleed with memories, Elise's handwriting unfolded a tale of apprehension and foreboding. Each stroke of her pen ached with a hidden truth, leading to a final entry etched in desperation. "I know he's watching me tonight," the words confessed, a plea lost in the night. The notebook spoke of a car's haunting presence, of calls for aid unanswered, of a looming threat unspoken. Detective Morgan closed the book, a silent witness to a story left unfinished. A subtle scent lingered in the air, a faint whisper of chemicals mingling with the dust of neglect. The landlord, a ghost of worry, stood at the threshold, haunted by the room's revelation. "We checked every corner before," his voice trembled, a confession to the unseen. Elise's life had been a shadow dance in the realm of law, a paralegal veiled in secrets of high-profile cases. Rumors of discrepancies and late nights danced in the whispers of her colleagues, painting a portrait of a woman on the edge of revelation. The room held its secrets close, revealing little in its stillness. No signs of struggle marred its pristine facade, no crimson stains whispered of violence. It stood frozen in time, a portrait of a life interrupted. The candle, a solemn sentinel, bore witness to moments lost to the ravages of time. Beneath its gaze, hidden truths waited to be unveiled. As the investigators unearthed hidden truths, they uncovered a labyrinth of deception. A flash drive, a key, and a safe deposit box whispered of conspiracies woven in shadows. Financial transactions painted a portrait of greed, of manipulated data veiled in darkness. The truth, a fragile whisper, echoed in the depths of digital silence. The recording sang a siren's song of betrayal, of voices entwined in a dance of deceit. Vincent Harriman, a name whispered in shadows, stood at the center of a web woven with lies. The truth, a blade sharpened on the edge of justice, cut through the veil of deception. Neurapax, a name tainted by secrets, bore witness to a legacy of corruption. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a shadow emerged from the depths of the past. Vincent Harriman, a man of power and shadows, stood accused of a crime that echoed through the halls of justice. The hidden passage, a gateway to darkness, whispered of sins buried beneath layers of deceit. Justice, a silent specter, swept through the room, revealing the truth hidden in the walls. In a courtroom of shadows, the echoes of Elise's voice rang clear. Her mother, a beacon of truth, stood before the courts, her words a requiem for a daughter lost to shadows. The truth, a blade honed on the edge of revelation, pierced the veil of deception. The tenants, a silent witness to a tale untold, stood on the threshold of a house haunted by memories. The house, a monument to the past, stood empty once more, its secrets laid bare but not forgotten. The whispers of the night carried tales of a young woman's struggle against the darkness. Justice, a silent guardian, watched over the room where Elise's spirit lingered, a testament to a life lost but not in vain. The light in the window flickered, a beacon of hope in a world shrouded in shadows. And as the night embraced the house, a sense of peace settled over the land, cradling the secrets within its walls. Story 21: The Unsettling Discovery. Renovations always have a way of revealing hidden mysteries. Amongst the debris of old newspapers, broken trinkets, and forgotten photographs, a couple stumbled upon a peculiar find when they lifted the floorboards of their Victorian-era home. Nestled beneath the wood, carefully folded, was a weathered letter. Its paper fragile, its ink faded, but its message ominously clear: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could fully comprehend the implications of this cryptic warning, the eerie silence of the empty house was shattered by 3 distinct knocks that reverberated through the air, sending shivers down their spines. Sarah and Michael, the new owners enchanted by the home's intricate moldings and storied past, never anticipated that their renovation project would unearth such a foreboding secret. Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for detail, arrived at the scene with her partner. The exposed cavity beneath the pulled-up floorboards beckoned for scrutiny. With hands weathered by years of handling evidence, Reed delicately retrieved the note with gloved fingers, knowing that the couple's inadvertent touch had already compromised any potential forensic analysis. As the couple recounted the chilling sound of the knocks, Reed observed the genuine fear etched on their faces. Background checks on Sarah and Michael yielded nothing suspicious, just a pair of newlyweds with stable lives. It was the house itself that harbored a tangled history. Previously owned by the reclusive Hargrove family for generations, the residence had sat vacant for 2 years following the passing of the last inhabitant, Margaret Hargrove, an elderly widow known for her solitary existence. Neighbors spoke of Margaret with fondness, describing her as kind but withdrawn, with no apparent enemies or suspicious circumstances surrounding her demise deemed to be of natural causes. Yet an unsettling aura lingered in the air. Forensic analysis dated the enigmatic note to around 2 decades prior, its handwriting betraying hints of distress and urgency, possibly from Margaret's own hand during a time of turmoil. Reed delved deeper into the history of the Hargroves, uncovering fragments of a past shrouded in shadows. Franklin Hargrove, Margaret's late husband, once a respected teacher and skilled woodworker, had exhibited signs of paranoia in his final years, fueling rumors among former students of an unseen watcher haunting his thoughts. A breakthrough emerged during Reed's interview with Margaret's sister, whose fading memory held a crucial piece of the puzzle. In hushed tones, she disclosed Margaret's fear of a mysterious figure known as the Collector, a menacing presence associated with Franklin's gambling debts and relentless pursuit of payment, marked by 3 ominous knocks that struck dread into Margaret's heart. Returning to the house with a forensic team in tow, Reed orchestrated a meticulous search of the premises, unearthing a grim revelation buried beneath the foundation: a male skeleton bearing signs of violence, identified through dental records as Victor Mercer, a notorious loan shark and enforcer who had vanished without a trace 2 decades prior. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place through forensic evidence and Margaret's hidden diaries, a tale of desperation and tragedy unfolded. Franklin's mounting debts, fueled by gambling woes and threats from the elusive Mercer, culminated in a fatal confrontation within the confines of their home, where tools of creation turned into instruments of destruction, sealing Mercer's fate in a makeshift tomb beneath the house. Margaret, torn between loyalty and fear, had aided in concealing the dark secret, haunted by phantom knocks that echoed in her solitude, driving her to the brink of paranoia. With Franklin's passing, she bore the burden alone, clinging to the house as a silent witness to their shared guilt. The case, marred by the passage of time and buried truths, reached a resolution as justice belatedly caught up with the shadows of the past. Mercer's remains were returned to his family, offering closure amidst the lingering echoes of a bygone tragedy. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of the house's troubled legacy, relinquished their ownership, leaving the dwelling to stand as a silent sentinel to its own dark history. Whispers of spectral knocks in the dead of night now haunt the vacant halls, a chilling reminder of the secrets that lie buried beneath the floorboards. Detective Reed, in her final report, reflected on the enigmatic nature of unresolved mysteries, where the line between truth and speculation blurs, leaving room for lingering doubts and unanswered questions that linger in the shadows of the past. Story 22. In the quiet solitude of her bathroom, she wiped away the steam from the mirror, expecting to see her familiar reflection staring back at her. But on this particular evening, something felt amiss. Her features appeared unchanged, her attire just as she remembered. Yet a subtle unease crept over her as she gazed deeply into her own eyes. A flicker of movement caught in the corner of her vision, a fleeting presence not of her own making. And when she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, a silent observer in the looking glass. This unsettling moment marked the beginning of Rebecca Thorne's enigmatic journey. A woman of routine and precision, she dwelled in a modest apartment nestled within a tranquil suburban enclave. Known to her acquaintances as methodical and reserved, Rebecca traversed her days with a quiet grace, maintaining a polite distance while fostering amiable relations with her neighbors. Her occupation as a meticulous data analyst for a mid-sized firm defined her existence, weaving a tapestry of order and predictability around her life. No inkling foretold that Rebecca would soon be enmeshed in a perplexing enigma that would bewilder investigators and cast a haunting shroud over the community for years to come. The initial disturbances appeared innocuous, a subtle shifting of objects within her abode, a subtle rearrangement that hinted at a presence unseen. A coffee mug displaced, books rearranged, a toothbrush misplaced, small anomalies that she initially brushed off as the byproduct of fatigue-induced forgetfulness from her intense work regimen. It was only after a series of these subtle disruptions that Rebecca mustered the courage to reach out to the authorities, with Detective Marion Shaw receiving her initial report. The first impression leaned towards attributing the disturbances to potential mental health concerns rather than criminal activity, as there were no overt signs of theft or forced entry to substantiate her unease. The incident with the bathroom mirror, however, altered the course of events dramatically. Recounting the eerie episode with vivid detail during her subsequent interaction with law enforcement, Rebecca narrated how her reflection seemed to move autonomously, casting a shadow of surveillance even in moments of solitude. This time she presented tangible evidence, a security camera trained on her entryway. The footage unveiled a chilling revelation that sent ripples of disquiet through the seasoned officers observing. The grainy recording depicted Rebecca departing for work in the morning, only to witness an identical figure, clad in her attire and bearing her demeanor, entering the apartment using a key after her departure. Forensic scrutiny of the video yielded no signs of tampering, affirming the authenticity of the unnerving doppelganger's appearance. The investigation delved deeper, unraveling a web of meticulous mimicry and calculated intrusion. Fingerprints traced within the residence led solely to Rebecca herself, with no foreign genetic markers discovered. Neighbors attested to witnessing only her comings and goings, oblivious to the sinister doppelganger lurking in her shadow. As Rebecca documented the escalating disturbances in her journal, the subtle alterations within her domain escalated vanished food, unauthorized computer searches, and unsettling self-photographs that bore an uncanny resemblance yet felt subtly askew. A breakthrough emerged when a discernible pattern emerged in the surveillance footage, a replication of Rebecca's presence during her scheduled departures for routine activities. A forensic profiler postulated that they were confronting a fixation case where an individual had fixated on assimilating Rebecca's identity, mirroring her existence with a disturbing precision that bordered on obsession. The investigation homed in on a former colleague, Lily Winters, whose erratic conduct and unsettling fixation on Rebecca hinted at a deeper connection to the enigma. Lily's residence harbored a chilling revelation, a meticulously crafted replica of Rebecca's sanctuary, adorned with a plethora of clandestinely captured images and detailed observations that mirrored Rebecca's life with eerie accuracy. The unveiling of Lily's obsession sent tremors of dread through Rebecca's consciousness, as she grappled with the realization that her very essence had become a grotesque spectacle of emulation. Lily's abrupt disappearance, coupled with cryptic journal entries hinting at a merging of identities, left a lingering pall of uncertainty in the wake of her abrupt flight. As the authorities raced to secure Rebecca's safety and probe Lily's elusive trail, a disquieting revelation surfaced, a sighting of Rebecca within her former workplace, despite being sequestered in protective custody. The haunting realization dawned that Lily had seamlessly assumed Rebecca's persona, seamlessly melding into her existence, while the genuine Rebecca sought refuge in anonymity. The enigma of Lily Winters persists, eluding capture and casting a shadow of doubt over Rebecca's once ordinary life, now cloaked in a veil of secrecy and vigilance. Detective Shaw, keeper of the enigmatic tale, gazes upon a photograph of two eerily similar women, a poignant reminder of the fragility of identity and the chilling prospect of a soul consumed by the desire to embody another's essence. In the hushed corridors of the investigation, a whispered truth lingers, a cautionary tale of stolen identities and the harrowing realization that one's reflection may one day betray the very core of their being. Story 23. The attic beneath a worn blanket, a porcelain doll was discovered. Its delicate old features included wide, unblinking blue eyes, a sight unfamiliar to the finders, Sarah and Michael. They dismissed it as just another forgotten relic, a relic of the past. However, that night an unsettling feeling lingered in the air as they settled into bed. The atmosphere grew heavy, the silence prolonged, and when morning arrived, the doll was no longer in the attic. Instead, it sat ominously at the foot of their bed. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, had been captivated by the charm and intricate woodwork of the Victorian house they had purchased at auction. Unaware of its troubled history, they were drawn to the stories hidden within its walls, stories that would soon entwine with their own. Detective Rachel Winters, on a crisp autumn morning, received a call that led her to a chilling scene. In the master bedroom, a female victim lay in a contorted position, eyes wide with terror. Nearby, the male victim seemed to have been attempting to flee, his body frozen in fear. The absence of forced entry or signs of struggle only added to the mystery. Detective Winters observed the deliberate arrangement of the bodies, noting the female victim's doll-like pose, reminiscent of a figure plucked from a display case. The investigation commenced with interviews of neighbors, each account heightening the unease surrounding the case. Whispers of shadows seen moving in the house and mysterious nocturnal laughter painted a disturbing picture. Forensic analysis uncovered vintage fibers throughout the house, particularly concentrated around the victims, and the attic materials akin to those used in antique doll clothing. The absence of any trace of an intruder confounded the investigators. No fingerprints, no foreign DNA, no footprints in the dust. It was as if the perpetrator had left no physical mark on the scene. Delving into the property's history revealed a haunting pattern of previous owners meeting tragic fates under inexplicable circumstances. A pivotal discovery emerged from hidden photographs beneath the attic floorboards. Images of the dollmaker and his creations hinted at a malevolent force at play, with the doll in question appearing to move between frames. Infrared scans unveiled eerie handprints and a mysterious residue trailing from the attic to the master bedroom, leaving a trail of dread in their wake. A revelation from a distant relative shed light on the dollmaker's macabre practices, involving the infusion of human elements into his dolls to grant them a semblance of life. Secrets of binding spirits to objects and dark rituals cast a shadow over the investigation, leading to a dead end in the pursuit of conventional explanations. Detective Winters, her resolve unwavering, took possession of the doll as evidence. Yet a bizarre turn of events saw the doll vanish from a secured cabinet, leaving behind a disoriented detective and inexplicable surveillance footage. The house, tainted by its dark past, changed hands once more, its attic now empty save for a solitary folded blanket. The doll's disappearance remained a mystery, its presence occasionally whispered about in the precinct. Detective Winters, haunted by the case, retired prematurely, safeguarding a photograph of the dollmaker and his eerie creations as a solemn reminder of the unsolved enigma. The new owners of the house chose to leave the attic undisturbed, but tales of a spectral presence persisted, a whisper of laughter on quiet nights, a fleeting shadow dancing behind the attic window, a ghost of the past refusing to fade into oblivion. Story 24. She entered the old Victorian through its creaking front door, disturbing the swirling dust in the stagnant air. The abandoned house exuded a sense of time suspended, with peeling walls and furniture draped in ghostly sheets. Every step she took felt like treading through a frozen moment, except for the peculiar mystery that gripped her. Behind each door she opened, she found herself back in the same room, the parlor, no matter the direction she chose. There was a hypnotic quality to the repeating pathways, a maze with no exit except the entrance she had passed through. but when she turned to retrace her steps, the front door had vanished into thin air. The revelation of Morgan Pierce's lifeless form turned the once forgotten Victorian into a somber crime scene. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the threshold, observing as forensic experts moved silently through the dim interior, their movements as ethereal as specters. The house had garnered a reputation among the locals, the place where compasses spun aimlessly, where whispers of unseen eyes watching lingered in the air. Yet now, beneath its dilapidated façade, lay secrets far more sinister than mere urban legends. The initial findings suggest she's been deceased for approximately 3 days, the medical examiner murmured, his words barely audible in the hushed atmosphere. The cause of death seems to be asphyxiation. Morgan had been discovered seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her posture serene as if awaiting a long-lost guest. No signs of struggle marred her tranquil expression, no wounds of defense marred her skin. The scene exuded a stillness so profound that even seasoned investigators found themselves unsettled by its eerie calm. "Who reported the discovery of the body?" Lind inquired, her gaze scanning the notes before her. "A real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner replied. They stumbled upon her seated there, mistaking her for a trespasser until they drew closer. The house had stood empty since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly half a decade prior. Legal disputes had left the property in a state of neglect, a place unwanted, unsold, and all but forgotten save for the occasional intrusion by vandals and thrill-seekers. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, had become intrigued by the enigmatic Victorian. Known for its ability to disorient visitors, the house must have held an irresistible allure for a researcher like Morgan. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted. She mentioned investigating the house where people vanish for her studies. Further inquiry unveiled Morgan's frequent visits to the house in the weeks preceding her demise. Her journal entries chronicled bizarre acoustics, sudden chills in the air, and doors that led to ever-changing chambers with each opening. In her final notation, she spoke of bringing specialized equipment to capture what she termed spatial incongruities. Yet that equipment remained conspicuously absent. During the autopsy, an unexpected detail emerged: traces of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant utilized in certain shamanic practices. While the substance could induce disorientation and vivid hallucinations, the levels found were insufficient to prove fatal. She wasn't one to dabble in recreational substances, her boyfriend affirmed under scrutiny. Morgan was meticulous in her research methods. She wouldn't have jeopardized her own perception knowingly. Digital investigation unearthed fragments of erased messages on Morgan's phone, dialogues with an individual who shared her fascination with the house, someone who professed to comprehend its enigmas. The exchanges grew progressively intimate and cryptic. The house retains memories of its past, one message hinted. It yearns for someone to unveil its truths. The trail led detectives to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian engaged in correspondence with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had captivated her interest, evolving their professional rapport into a more personal connection. When questioned, Reeves appeared genuinely devastated by her demise. "The house carries a reputation," he divulged. The original architect wove optical illusions and deceptive perspectives into its design. It was meant to befuddle and disorient. Morgan suspected there was a deeper layer to it, something transcending mere architectural gimmicks. However, Reeves could provide an alibi for the estimated time of Morgan's passing. Surveillance footage depicted him delivering a lecture at a university symposium several hours away. A breakthrough arrived from an unexpected source, the grandson of a leaner Blackwood, now residing overseas. Upon contact from the investigators, he unveiled a long-buried family secret. My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to meet their end within those walls, he disclosed. Others followed. Each discovered in the parlor, each exuding an air of tranquility. The family referred to it as the claiming. Furnished with decades-old journals, he detailed deaths initially attributed to natural causes such as heart failure or stroke. A pattern emerged: individuals spending prolonged periods within the house inevitably succumbed to what the family euphemistically christened the influence. A subsequent search of the premises unveiled a concealed compartment concealed behind the parlor's hearth. Within, investigators stumbled upon Morgan's missing equipment alongside a startling discovery: an alcove harboring artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures, arranged meticulously in a geometric arrangement. Nestled at the core sat a sculpted figurine, its features worn smooth by generations of handling. Analysis linked the carving to a deity associated with liminal spaces, thresholds between realms. Residues on the artifacts aligned with the alkaloid detected in Morgan's system. The case took a chilling turn when the examination of dust patterns within a house hinted at the presence of another individual during Morgan's demise. Partial fingerprints, distinct from Morgan's or any recognized visitors, were extracted from doorknobs throughout the residence. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered lifeless in his dwelling. Mirroring Morgan's posture, he sat facing the entryway, his expression serene, the rare alkaloid also discovered in his system. Clenched in his grasp was a key unmatching any lock within his abode, yet fitting flawlessly into the hidden compartment within the Victorian. In his final email, dispatched to himself as if preserving a testament, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't ensnare you physically, it ensnares your perception. Morgan was correct, the doors lead to where they have always led, but something tricks you into believing you're meandering in circles. Once you grasp the verity, departure becomes feasible. Yet by then the desire to leave has waned. The case lingers unresolved, catalogued as suspicious deaths under scrutiny." The Victorian now stands condemned, its access barred by official edict. Nonetheless, whispers endure of spectral lights flickering within on certain evenings, of visitors entering but never emerging. Some locals argue that the dwelling seizes those who fathom its mysteries too deeply. Others speculate that Morgan and Reeves delved into an ancient and potent force, one existing within the interstices of conventional reality. The veracity remains as elusive as an escape in a house where all paths lead back to the commencement. Story 25. In a quaint coffee shop, a man had made a habit of blending into the background, his presence as unassuming as the steam rising from his cup of black coffee. Regular as clockwork, he would occupy the same corner table, his ritual unchanged day after day. The barista recognized his face, a silent acknowledgement in the bustling cafe, but his name remained a mystery to all. Then one fateful day, his customary seat sat empty, a silent void in the symphony of clinking cups and murmured conversations. When the authorities delved into the enigma of his sudden disappearance, a wallet left behind became the key to unraveling the puzzle. Within its confines lay a driver's license, a mere ghostly imprint of an identity, devoid of the usual markers of a name or address. The security footage, a silent witness to his final moments within the shop, revealed a chilling truth that defied logic. Detective Sarah Mercer found herself drawn into the mystery of the man known only as John Doe. The footage depicted an unremarkable figure entering the coffee shop, blending seamlessly into the tapestry of everyday life. His actions were routine, his demeanor unassuming, until the moment he vanished into thin air, leaving behind a palpable sense of unease in his wake. As Mercer pored over the cryptic footage, a sense of disquiet settled upon her. The man, or perhaps the specter of him, had left no trace of his existence beyond the confines of the cafe. His identity remained a blank canvas, a cipher waiting to be deciphered. The wallet, a treasure trove of secrets, revealed a tantalizing glimpse into the shadowy world of the man who defied definition. Blank spaces masquerading as personal information, credit cards leading to nowhere, and a solitary business card with a cryptic phone number, all pieces of a puzzle with no clear solution. The notebook, a repository of coded messages and enigmatic sketches, hinted at a mind teetering on the brink of revelation. Cryptographers toiled in vain to unlock its secrets, while Mercer's investigation led her down a labyrinthine path of false leads and dead ends. It was the mirror that held the key to the mystery, a portal to a world beyond the realm of the known. Ornately carved with symbols that mirrored those in the notebook, its reflective surface whispered of hidden truths waiting to be unveiled. As the investigation spiraled into the realm of the inexplicable, Mercer found herself ensnared in a web of temporal anomalies and existential conundrums. The mirror, a gateway to other realities, beckoned with promises of forbidden knowledge and untold dangers. When the pieces of the puzzle finally fell into place, it was a former physicist who shed light on the dark corners of the mystery. Daniel Weston, a brilliant mind lost to the mists of time, had dared to breach the boundaries of reality in pursuit of the unknown. The final revelation came in a shattered mirror, a fractured reflection of a man caught between worlds. Mercer stood at the precipice of understanding, her world forever altered by the enigma of the man who didn't exist. As the coffee shop faded into memory, its secrets buried beneath layers of dust and forgotten dreams, Mercer found herself haunted by the specter of a reality beyond comprehension. The man who defied definition had slipped through her fingers, leaving behind only whispers of a truth too terrible to contemplate. And in the quiet hours of the night, when the world slept and dreams took flight, she would find herself gazing into the fractured mirror of her own existence, wondering what lay beyond the boundaries of her fragile reality. Story 26. The mysterious parcel that arrived bore no return label, no tracking number, just a humble cardboard box kissed by the morning dew. It was not intended for her, the address matched, but the name was a stranger's. She should have disregarded it, left it where it sat on the porch. But curiosity, that insatiable whisper, beckoned her forth. Slowly she unsealed the tape, anticipating mundane contents like books or clothes. Yet nestled within was a VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note. "Watch alone." Sarah Miller gazed at the dark plastic cassette cradled in her hands. An odd weight clung to it, heavier than expected, burdened with a forbidden gravity. Her fingertips danced along the worn edges, tracing the imperfections etched within the plastic casing. The note, marked by urgent strokes, bore the weight of a soul desperate to be heard. Amidst the backdrop of her tranquil suburban neighborhood, life carried on its usual rhythm, a distant dog's bark, children's laughter echoing in the air, the gentle hum of a lawnmower. Unbeknownst to the world around her, a peculiar parcel had found its way to Sarah's doorstep. She ushered it inside, placing it upon her kitchen counter, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. The name Daniel Whitaker held no significance to her. In her nearly 4 years residing in the house, mail addressed to him had never crossed her threshold. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had bid farewell, seeking the embrace of their grandchildren in a distant town. Curiosity tangoed with unease as she eyed her VCR, a relic of nostalgia. Something about the mysterious tape whispered to her a tale veiled in worn black plastic. Against her better judgment, Sarah slid the tape into the machine. Initially, static danced across the screen, gradually sharpening into focus. A dimly lit room emerged, bathed in the glow of a solitary lamp. The camera angle, askew and low, hinted at hastiness. A man sat, shrouded in shadows, his voice steady as he began. "My name is Daniel Whitaker. If you see this, they've found you, and they'll find me too." Leaning in, he unveiled a countenance marked by sleepless nights and unwavering vigilance, eyes sunken, stubble unkempt, hair tousled. "I'm innocent," he confessed, "but evidence, planted evidence, paints me as the villain. The police report will accuse me of knowing her, fighting with her, but it's all lies. I never knew Catherine Walsh until the news revealed her lifeless form." His voice wavered, murdered, and yet my fingerprints, my DNA, tainted the crime scene. As Sarah's mind grappled with the unfolding tale, Detective Eliza Ramirez studied an identical VHS tape on her desk, the fifth of its kind. 5 tapes, 5 souls adrift in Whitaker's desperate plea. The Walsh case, once straightforward, now danced on the precipice of uncertainty. Young Catherine, strangled within her sanctuary, bore a truth that eluded the naked eye. The man of interest, Whitaker, had vanished into the shadows upon her demise. The detective's gaze swept across the evidence board, a mosaic of Catherine's life and death. A whistleblower against the formidable PharmaCorp, a titan entwined with shadowy dealings. Catherine's pursuit of truth had led her to an untimely end, her demise a mere whisper in the wind. Ramirez sensed a sinister undercurrent beneath the polished facade of the murder investigation. Days turned to nights, whispers of conspiracy weaving through the fabric of reality. Sarah Miller, keeper of the forbidden tape, received a second package, a trove of damning evidence against PharmaCorp. Clinical reports, internal memos, digital imprints of Catherine's crusade against corruption. The tide shifted, revealing a web of deceit with PharmaCorp at its heart. Detective Ramirez, in her pursuit of justice, connected the dots scattered by Whitaker's breadcrumb trail, a tale unfurled, woven with threads of betrayal and redemption. Whitaker, an unwitting pawn in a game of shadows, had stumbled upon a truth that shattered the illusion of justice. The pivotal moment arrived when Sarah noticed a detail overlooked by others, a reflection in the tape revealing a clandestine location. Together with Ramirez, they unveiled the heart of the conspiracy within Storage Unit 217. Whitaker's journal, Catherine's truth, and the damning plans of PharmaCorp's head of security, all laid bare within the confines of the unit. Justice, a silent guardian, emerged not with a bang but with the quiet resolve of truth. Executives fell, their empire tarnished by the light of exposure. Whitaker, a phoenix risen from the ashes of deceit, stood vindicated, his name cleared of the shadows that once haunted him. Sarah and Whitaker, 2 souls bound by a twist of fate, stood face to face on her porch where it all began. "Why me?" she questioned, seeking solace in the enigma that brought them together. His gaze bore the weight of a man burdened by the sins of others. "The algorithm chose you, a beacon of truth in a sea of lies. The wrong address, a serendipitous twist of fate." A silent understanding passed between them, a bond forged in the crucible of adversity. The VHS tapes, once harbingers of despair, now stood as relics of a truth unveiled, a testament to the power of curiosity and the resilience of the human spirit. In a world where shadows danced with reality, Sarah and Whitaker found solace in the unspoken bond that tied them together, a bond born from the unraveling of a mystery that dared to challenge the fabric of truth itself. Story 27. The river flowed lazily that quiet morning, its surface reflecting the soft hues of dawn. The The fisherman's boat drifted along, almost lulled to sleep by the gentle rhythm of the water. But then a glint caught his eye, a suitcase floating near the shore. At first glance it seemed like nothing more than discarded belongings, but as he drew closer, a pungent odor filled the air, thick and unsettling. Chains clung to the case, rust creeping along its edges from exposure to the elements. When it was pried open, it revealed a haunting sight: hair, fingers frozen in a silent grip, and at the bottom, a chilling note: "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, the air heavy with the weight of the unknown. The victim, a woman in her 30s named Catherine Walsh, lay before her, once vibrant but now still, her features distorted by the water's touch. The medical examiner worked diligently, each movement deliberate as if trying to unravel the secrets held within the silent form. Mercer's gaze lingered on the victim's meticulously manicured nails, her carefully styled hair, and the expensive attire that adorned her. "She wasn't just disposed of," Mercer murmured, watching the water caress the muddy shore. "She was placed with care, almost as if on display." Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent known for her precision and ambition, had vanished without a trace. Her empty home spoke volumes, orderliness bordering on obsession, everything in its perfect place. But in her office, a drawer slightly ajar revealed a leather-bound journal, its pages a cryptic reflection of her fears. "He's watching again," the last entry read, sending a shiver down Mercer's spine. As the investigation unfolded, a disturbing pattern emerged. Messages in Walsh's inbox, eerie and repetitive, hinted at a lurking presence just beyond her awareness. The search history revealed a woman haunted by the need for security, for protection against an unseen threat. Mercer's intuition whispered of a meticulous predator, a shadow weaving through the fabric of Walsh's life with sinister intent. A break in the case came unexpectedly, a pawnshop owner recognizing Walsh's missing emerald necklace in the possession of a seemingly unassuming maintenance worker named Michael Linden. Surveillance footage painted a chilling portrait of Linden's obsession, his quiet visits to Walsh's building a facade for his twisted fixation. Inside his apartment, a macabre gallery of stolen moments lined the walls, a shrine to his dark desires hidden behind a false wall. In the interrogation room, Linden's facade crumbled, revealing a chilling calmness beneath. His words, void of emotion, spoke of imperfections unseen by others, flaws he believed he alone could rectify. The truth unraveled as Linden's meticulously planned facade cracked, exposing the darkness that lay beneath his carefully crafted exterior. Through Linden's trial, the full extent of his depravity came to light, the families of his victims left to grapple with the horror of his actions. Detective Mercer, though the case was closed, found herself haunted by unanswered questions. What twisted mirror had Linden gazed into, seeking to erase his own perceived flaws through the destruction of others? As the river meandered on, its waters carrying away the remnants of a dark chapter, reminders of the chilling case lingered on Mercer's desk. A sobering reminder that in the quiet corners of everyday life, unseen dangers may lurk, waiting for a moment of vulnerability to strike. And in the stillness of the night, the echoes of a predator's careful gaze lingered, a reminder that even amidst the calm, darkness may lie hidden, waiting to be unveiled.